How's it going, everybody? Hello, everybody. I just can't do it. I can't take this shit no more, man. Hold on 1 second. All right, there you go. Yeah, he chugged. I just got back from my walk with him, so he chugged a bunch of water because it's like I think it's like 80-something degrees outside still, and yeah, he chugged a bunch of water, so he like burped some of it up. So I just had to wipe it out real quick. It's okay, buddy. It's just a freaking thing on my desk. Oh my god, he's a fucking schizoid now. Like a pen was on top of a notebook that I had on my desk, and I moved the notebook, and the pen started to slide across it, which made a noise, and he started freaking out. Oh, now he's back to drinking more water. Shieet. Alright, don't come puke again. Good boy. I know. Good dog. Now, alright, so my theory on Epstein has always been as follows. You know, basically what happened is, he gets arrested finally after getting busted. They find all of his blackmail material. It gets passed off to the guilty parties in question. And, you know, with nothing left to buy his freedom, essentially, he basically roped. Because you haven't heard a fucking peep out of that Ghislaine Maxwell woman. So my theory is she is the one that has all the information and blackmail and shit, sold him out, and she has been disappeared somewhere, relaxing on a beach. I don't know. That would be my theory, and then obviously with 4 years of Brandino, which means God only knows who was running the government, that's more than enough time to clear all of the fucking files and all that shit. Like, you can wipe all the records clean easily in 4 years. So... why did she say she has a truckload of Epstein files on her desk? I have no idea. She could have been speaking in hyperbole, or there was just genuinely nothing in there. Because this is my question. If it did actually incriminate a bunch of Democrats, why would the Biden administration just leave it sitting around, you know? Wouldn't they have swept it, like, towards the beginning of the 4 years, and definitely threw out it? So by the time Trump actually got into office, it was probably all gone anyway. Why would you leave incriminating evidence sitting around for other people to find when you lose power? Like, it's kind of idiotic. Saw how well that worked out for Nixon, so... I wonder how many men listen to ASMR girls and their girlfriend gets mad. Let's be honest, bro. None of us have girlfriends, and probably most people watching ASMR definitely don't have girlfriends, so... it's like, honestly, the last thing you probably want to do if you're dating a woman is hear a woman speak. I'm just throwing that out there.
Gaming.
You probably get plenty of that firsthand anyway. Birmingham Young with the 5, Epstein didn't die. He's in Argentina. Yeah, I kind of believe the theory that the cadaver or whatever that they hauled out was not him, because the ear was different, so... it's like the only part of your body that doesn't change after you die, because it's cartilage. Daikaiju pictures with D2. Let's see, what are your thoughts on Windows 11? I don't really like it that much. I don't like it that much. I can't afford this shit! I think it's kind of mid, honestly. I have to use it at work, too, and it makes everything
Thanks for the money,
slower.
dummies, because that's exactly what you fucking are. A bunch of fucking empty-headed idiots who paid me money to get absolutely nothing out of it. Thanks. Wow.
Let's see, Raging 4 with the Hunt. Oh, God. Time for some pain. OG RE4 on PS5. Have fun. Let me see if I have it on... I might have it on Steam. Let me see. I think I bought, like, a Resident Evil bundle. Yeah, I do have it. I bought, like, a bundle at one point. But alright. Shit. Steam has it? Yeah, it's right here. This is the OG, right? Doesn't say remake. Yeah, Resident Evil 2005, so I'm guessing this is the original version. But yeah, I'll go ahead and download it while we're sitting here. The best game of all time? Maybe if it's the only time you've ever played it. Yeah, the remake was honestly kind of boring, so I would imagine a clunkier, more painful fucking version is going to be a lot of fun, dude. Hooray. Yeah, I know it's going to be painful. I have a strong disdain for Resident Evil games anyway. I mean, the other thing is, too, guys, going back to the Epstein thing, like, you would actually have to be a dumbass to really release that list. Like, why wouldn't you use it for blackmail? Like, if I'm Donald Trump and I have the Epstein file on my fucking desk, and I know who fucked a kid and when, and I have video proof of that, I would leverage that shit and get everything I fucking wanted out of him. Why the hell would you make that information public? You would use it as leverage to blackmail him. As soon as you release the info, it has no value anymore, so... that would be my standpoint on it, personally. The Earth is flat? No, dude. It's a dome. You're misquoting the Kanye lyric. It's, I voted for Trump, not Biden.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
No, Kanye still likes Trump, so... because when Trump and Elon had their falling out, Kanye tweeted like, no, guys, stop fighting. Or something like that. We gotta stick together or something. I don't fucking know. Let's see. Synchromax with the 5 saw the clip of the SP playing Pokemon. He legit sounded like he was having fun compared to now. Well, he was a lot wealthier. He hadn't been through bankruptcy. Let me see. When did the Sun and Moon come out? He might have still been with Panda Lee at that point. But he hadn't been through 2016. Yeah, he might have still been with his original girlfriend. He was still making a lot of money. And, yeah. I think he was still an alcoholic, too, so he was probably feeling a lot better. He's probably sloshed all the time. Z here with the 5 on Twitter replied to someone saying Trump was on the list by pointing out that they hated the man, so they definitely would have released it. Oh, yeah, dude, exactly. They tried to jail him over putting a fucking expense wrong on his taxes. Like, if they actually had video evidence of him raping a child, that shit would have been released back in 2015. Like, bro, seriously? Like, yeah. Yeah, with how entwined with the Clintons they were, you know, there's no way that that would have not been released. Like, Z-Herb with the 10, his response was that Trump is uniparty and they look after their own, and the hate was a psyop. If they truly hated Trump, they would go so hard, so hard against him, encouraging assassination, trying to jail him multiple times, trying to bankrupt him, you know, all the shit. But yeah, obviously. They just haven't gone hard enough yet, obviously, right? It's crazy, man. Absolutely crazy. Z-Herb with the 3? Appreciate it, man. I don't appreciate that dog, but thanks for the money, dummy. RE1 shouldn't have been remade. I don't know, bro. Those old games play like absolute dog water. Yeah, dude, Trump knew the signal. He knew when to turn his head at the exact right moment, missing his brain by mere millimeters. It was all planned. Donald Trump is actually fucking Neo from The Matrix, dude. He slowed down time to purposely dodge the bullet, allowing it to graze his ear, setting up the perfect illusion that it was a genuine attempt on his life, when in reality, he knew the bullet was coming before it was ever fired. In fact, he shook the man who shot him's hand. Metal Gear voice? Oh my god. And then the bullet will sit. Dude, that was so bad. That was like some of the worst voice acting I've ever heard, bro. Like, come on. That was like anime dub type shit. Z-Herb with the 5, no, he said if they hated him, they wouldn't go that hard. So them trying to arrest, defame Trump was actually them working with Trump, I guess. Yeah, trying to label him a rapist, trying to stick him in prison, trying to shoot him. You know, that's just what you do to a buddy, right? Haha, gotcha. Like, come on, bro. These guys are delusional.
I can't afford this shit!
See if I can find something real quick. Oh my god, bro. Yeah, this. Hold on, I just want to pull this up. Look at this shit, man. Death Stranding 2 is laughably underrated. If you're not looking at this as one of the greatest video games ever made, there's no hope for you. And it's some Brit-bong soy cuck who works for an official PlayStation channel. Bro, it's just, I'm so sick of, like, these people who don't actually like games. Genuinely. You know?
Please do me a gigantic favor and take a long walk off a short dock.
It's the only option at this point. It's laughably underrated. It has, like, a 90 on fucking Metacritic. It's overrated. Idiot Cragger with the 10. You hear about the black chick from Houston, of course, laughing at the white kids.
Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
That lost their lives in the flood. She was on X calling them little cunts and saying the camp was race. Race is just like Walmart. They ain't let me steal shit. But yeah, I'm gonna go out on a limb and take a guess that she was obese. But yeah, there's not a more vile, disgusting, hateful group of people on planet Earth than fat black women on the internet. Like, honestly, I'm convinced. They are the most vile, just, you know, genuinely evil, hateful group of people to ever exist. Obese black women who are, like, terminally online. Especially on Twitter. There ain't a single group of people that even touches that level of just pure hate over the dumbest shit imaginable. Like, you will see the most racist, hateful, borderline evil shit ever. And it comes from one source. Even the skinny ones are not as much, I don't think. I don't think as much. Because they have more impulse control. Being morbidly obese is a sign of low impulse control. So, yes and no. The ones I've seen have all been overweight that have been the worst. Z-Herb with the 5, bruh, I'm a rockstar cuck, and I didn't even dick ride Red Dead Redemption 2 that hard. Damn, man. A cuck, you say? I don't know if I'd admit to that. Maybe Epstein killed himself because somebody said something anti-Semitic on Twitter. Hate kills, guys. Be careful. You never know who your mean comment might affect. Stand up to all hate. That's right, man. We all have to do our part. Alright, I guess we can go ahead and start this. Shieet. Oh boy. My favorite. Old games, dude. Especially survival horror.
But gosh dang it, I've had so much fun playing it.
Synth is playing a gacha gooner game? Hell yeah, bro. Is he going for the Fuda rolls? Although I don't know if gacha games have Fudas in them, but maybe they do. New game.
Resident Evil 4. 1998. I'll never forget it. It was the year when those grisly murders occurred in the Arklay Mountains. Soon after, the news was out to the whole world, revealing that it was the fault of a secret viral experiment conducted by the international pharmaceutical enterprise, Umbrella. The virus broke out in a nearby mountain community, Raccoon City, and hit the peaceful little town, with a devastating blow crippling its very foundation.
Can you not skip? Oh, you can. Alright. Let's see. Oh, can you not adjust the settings? I was gonna change the audio, but I guess you can't.
I can't afford this shit!
Off. Oh, shit. Of course, the stream chat crashes, too. Let's see. Alright, there we go. Mute that. I guess I'm gonna have... Hold on, let me just do this real quick. I'm probably gonna have to... Open volume mixer. Dude, why did they make every single setting worse? I genuinely hate Windows 11. You know, before I was kind of neutral. Now it just genuinely sucks. Alright. That should be good now. I don't want to buy the game if I already own it. Why am I going to rebuy a game? There we go. Yeah, it doesn't give you, like, a pop-up for your audio mixer anymore. It just opens up the settings app now. So it's like, why the fuck did they remove a fucking, you know, ease of use? What? I don't know, bro. It's Windows. It's Windows, dude. Alright, I guess you can't change the frame rate. Let me put this on high. Alright, I'm guessing that's good. Ew. Bro, this is disgusting. How do you even shoot? Swear. Ugh. What the fuck is this dog shit? It's just like that shitty Metal Gear game. Damn. Who the fuck thought, yeah, let's shoot my gun with fucking square. We have a controller with inputs literally called triggers, but yeah, let's make it a face button map.
I can't afford this shit!
Genius. Yeah, you aim with RT and you shoot with square. It's retarded as fuck. That's just genuinely bad game design.
Sir?
Excuse me?
I was wondering if you might recognize a girl in this photograph.
¿Qué carajo estás haciendo aquí? ¡Lárgate, cabrón!
Sorry to have bothered you.
Oh, sí, señor. Mucho bueno. Freeze. I said freeze!
Oh my god, this... Ew! You... Oh my god, I forgot you don't aim with the fucking right stick either. This game was not developed for the N64. I don't know why the fuck it's so shitty when it comes to the mechanics. Like, there's one thumbstick, maybe I could understand it, but... Nope.
Shit.
Is everything okay?
There was a hostile local. I had no choice but to...
Bro, and it's just like Metal Gear with a
Surrounding
fucking... just...
Get out
Oh
of
my
there and head
god.
toward the village.
I gotta sit here and just
Whatever
listen to
necessary to save the
dialogue again.
subject.
Understood.
Oh my god. They're similar in all the worst ways. Oh my god. Dude, this controls like fucking dog shit. Holy fuck. Wow. Uh-oh. My controller disconnected for a half second. Holy fuck, dude, this is awful. Jeez.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
There you go, heckin' Pupperino. Can you enter it? Nope. Dude, this is so gross. Oh my god. Ugh. Looking doesn't even rotate your body. Does he not reload? Holy fuck, this is bad. Dude, unironically, Metal Gear 3 might have a better control scheme, and that shit was horrid. Oh, now they're gonna fucking juke me. Ooh, I guess I could just run back and heal. Or not heal, save, I guess. This did not set the standard for third-person shooters. This is one of the worst controlling third-person shooters I've ever played. Holy fuck, man. This is genuinely bad.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Like, I don't know how you could play a game like Star Wars Battlefront, which came out around the same time as this, and say, yeah, this game's fire when it comes to gameplay. Like, this is genuinely slop. This did set the standard. Every third-person game in its current form that came after this game would be drastically different if not for this. Yeah, because they were like, yeah, we don't want to make a game that plays this shitty, so let's do everything we can to not repeat our mistakes that others have made in the industry. So, yeah, there's a reason why zero fucking games use the shitty-ass tank control bullshit that release nowadays, because it fucking sucks. It's not because it's amazing. It's because it's genuinely bad. Can't even walk, bro. Yeah, but Resident Evil 5's tank controls are nowhere near this bad. And even then, what other game other than Resident Evil used that control scheme? None. It is not identical. I was not pressing square to shoot when I played Resident Evil 5 on stream, so thank you. I was not pressing fucking square to shoot. I literally played the fucking game on stream. I know for a fact it's different.
How you holding up?
Bad question, Hunnigan.
Sorry to hear that. I'm sending you a playing manual. Hope you find it useful.
I'll take a look at it, thanks.
Skip. The same... Okay. Alright, you're getting banned. If you really want to say this is the same camera and gameplay as Dead Space, you're getting 10 minutes, bro. That is a lie. Goodbye. I'm not dealing with that. Get out. Alright, I don't fucking care about a stupid telescope. If you want to lie through your teeth, you have to pay me. Otherwise, get that ass banned. Wow, 2 headshots doesn't fucking kill him.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Holy fuck, this is bad. Subscribe, donate, or get the fuck... Exactly. Wow, this is so much fun, dude. I love it. I wish more games were like this. Should be a one-shot headshot. He gets too scared? Who does?
Oh, la campana.
Es hora de rezar. Tenemos que irnos.
Oh, so boring.
Where's everyone going? Bingo? Hunnigan.
Oh boy, dude.
I've confirmed the body of an officer.
Oh,
Something's
how
happened
fun.
to the people here.
Leon, you need to get out of there. Look for a tower and follow the trail near it.
Got it.
Let's see. So, Oski Woski with the 2, RE4 is so shit, but oh well, good luck. That's the reason why it was donated. It's not because it was a good game. As usual. Oh, there goes the chat. Shit. Let's see. No one donates games that I'll actually like. And Zher with the 5, there was a post of gay penguins raising a chick in the UK zoo, and someone said, thought it wasn't natural, ignoring it's a zoo. Yeah, and where did they get the egg? Everyone knows that male penguins raise their young. That's like the biggest no shit moment ever, but it's like, where did they get the fucking egg? The dude penguins didn't shit it out. And Ryan Miller with the 5, did you hear Elon is facing backlash because he's creating the American Party? After the big, beautiful bill passed, this will backfire on it. Yeah, I think Tesla stock's already down like 10% overnight, so yeah. I don't really think anybody cares about it. And Daniel with the 5, in my opinion, Epstein operation was a partnership between CIA and Mossad for being 2% of the population. Biden's 25-member cabinet was comprised of 15 Jews. That's right. And you know his cabinet was the one who was actually running shit because, you know, that dude was a fucking vegetable. So, yeah. Spooky Cerberus with the 2. Juego de Grifo, your name is Spanish. Ew, I don't want to be Spanish. But I guess so. I don't know what Juego means. Other than it sounds Mexican, but... Imagine an African making the American party. Somebody got to bring the scissor if that's the case. Alpha Centurion, 84 with the 11 months. Dead Space is literally an RE4 clone cope. I've never said that it wasn't inspired by it, but the gameplay sure as shit ain't the same, so... If you want to make that claim, that's fine, that it was inspired by Resident Evil 4, but the gameplay is not even remotely similar. Dead Space plays way fucking better than Resident Evil 4. So... You don't aim with the fucking same stick that you walk with. First and foremost, and you sure as shit don't press square to fucking shoot. Let's see. Vendetta with the 2. Fixed camera is scary, dude. Tank is scary, dude. Oh, I know. I love intentionally bad game controls to add to the tension, bro. It's such great game design to purposely handicap the player to make them feel like they're in danger. Wow. GEK96 with the 5. Try the other control schemes. I changed mine even as a kid. I'm sure that that'll be frowned upon. This is the whole point of getting me to play shit like this. Is because I don't fucking like it. So it's not because they know, like, oh, he'll like this game. No. I get games donated to me because I don't fucking like them. I've said probably at least 1,000 times I don't fucking like Resident Evil. I think it's a shitty franchise. I've never liked it. And I don't play them on purpose. So... The intent is for me to bitch and complain, as usual. Just like Metal Gear Solid 3 was donated last night. It wasn't because they genuinely thought I would be like, oh yeah, this is a great game. No, it's just dog shit. And they know it, deep down. And they'll never gaslight me. Is Last of Us... Oh yeah, Last of Us 2 is definitely better than fucking Resident Evil. Absolutely. Absolutely. Those games have way better gameplay. First of all, you can walk and aim. Well, dude, I barely even played Metal Gear because you don't even fucking play that game. You watch 3 hours of cutscenes and maybe you get to play it for 10 minutes. So, you don't even play the game in the first place. The boat sex scene? Oh, yeah, dude, definitely. Boy, this is fun, man. Picking up random items scattered through the environment. Boy, oh boy.
But gosh dang it, I've had so much fun playing it.
Rebirth is better than Final Fantasy 16, especially in story. Final Fantasy 16 is not even considered by anyone, really, to be even a top-tier Final Fantasy. Like, it's a good game, but it's not anywhere near the pinnacle of the franchise. And Rebirth is? Yeah. Not only is it, like, one of the highest rated in the franchise, but it has the best gameplay in the entire series, so... I'll die on that hill. It perfectly merges, like, managing the attacks of your squad mates. It gives you multiple different characters you can play in real time that all have their own unique playstyle. And overall, it's just fun to play. I don't know. I don't think it's worse than the original, but... Even then, a worse version of Final Fantasy VII is still better than Final Fantasy 16. Why does it take so many fucking shots to kill one person? Oh no, I'm gonna die. Oh yeah. Oh wait, I have this shit. Yeah, I do suck at this game because I don't like Resident Evil, so I don't play them. The switch up on Final Fantasy 16 is insane. I've never said it's one of my favorite games. Oh no, I died. Yeah, well then I replayed it and it didn't really strike me the same. Its issues became more apparent when you do a subsequent playthrough. I still like the game overall, but it's not even close to my favorite Final Fantasy. 15 is still my overall favorite Final Fantasy because they haven't completed the remake trilogy yet. But once that's completed, it probably will be. The Colt Eastwood of Square Enix? I guess. I do like my Square slop, so. I can't afford this shit! I do like my Square Enix slop. Especially Final Fantasy, so. Yeah. Sue me. Y'all bitch when I like a game and when I hate it, so I can't win, it doesn't matter. There's no point in even caring. 13's one of the worst mainline. Yeah, I would say it's not the best. I don't mind 13, like I still liked it, but yeah, it's not one of the better ones. The best part of 13 is the visuals and lightning and also the soundtrack. But yeah, the game just basically is how do I exploit every single boss with the correct class combo. So. Like there's only really one way to beat each boss, which kind of sucks. You can't blow up the dynamite on his ass? That's kind of lame. What's the point of having it visible? How do you reload? Is there seriously not a reload button? Oh, okay. RT and A. This one's so fucking retarded. Oh my god, man. Which Final Fantasy do you recommend someone getting into the series? 15, the 7 Remake Trilogy, or if you want like an older game, I would say either Final Fantasy X, or, I mean, any of 7, 8, or 9. So. If you're looking for a more modern game, I would say, you know, either 15 or the Remake Trilogy, or, yeah, if you want classic, 7, 8, 9, 10. The good thing is it doesn't really matter which one you start with, because, you know, they don't really have anything to do with each other unless they have, like, a subsequent number like 10-2, or 13-2, or Final Fantasy VII Remake, Rebirth, Crisis Core Reunion. Those are all in the 7 family, but any of the ones that end with a different number are completely unconnected, so. Bro, do I really have to look this shit up? Oh, I guess I can jump in. There we go. The fuck? Bro, I'm paying more attention to the chat in this fucking game. I genuinely could not give a fucking rat's ass what's happening on screen. This shit is garbage. This would be like me caring deeply about Death Stranding or some shit. Like, it ain't gonna happen. Let's see. Formally Chuck with the 2. Ready for duty, sir? Thank you, man. And Spooky Cerberus with the 2. I don't know the lore, but a headshot to a human is death. Exactly. But bro, this is different. It'd be too easy if you could just one-tap everything.
Little rough, don't you think? You're not like them?
No. You?
Okay, I have only one very important question.
The Chud.
You got a smoke?
Got gum.
Yeah, isn't this guy like a flamer or some shit?
Perfect. The big cheese.
What?
Muy grande chatter.
Feeble humans, let us give you our power.
Hell yeah, the vax.
Soon, you will become.
He kind of looks like
unable to
Fauci.
resist this intoxicating power.
Hey, wake up.
Ay. Crawl out of one hole and into another.
You want to tell me what's going on here?
Americano, see? Now what brings a bloke like you to this part of the world? Oh, hey, easy, whoever you are.
Name's Leon. Came here looking
Yeah,
for this
I can
girl.
understand the
Seen her?
appeal of Death Stranding, but I
What,
definitely
are you
do not
supposed to
like
be a
it.
cop or something?
I am definitely not a
You
fan
don't
of
know
it.
the type.
Maybe.
But yeah, I can understand the appeal.
Okay, let me
That shit just
guess.
ain't for me.
She's the president's daughter?
That's too good for a guess. Want to start explaining?
I will say it wasn't as bad as I was expecting. Like, I genuinely hate the stealth segments,
I'm
but
just kidding with you.
the balancing and shit's
I
not that
overheard one
bad.
of the villagers talking.
I thought it was
something
gonna be
about
worse in that
the president's
regard.
daughter in the church.
And who might you be?
Me llamo Luis Serra. I used to be a cop in Madrid. But now I'm just a good-for-nothing guy who happens to be quite a ladies' man.
Why'd you quit?
Yeah, on Death Stranding, I thought
see,
the balance controls were going to be
life
like
on the
super
line.
autistically
Nobody
like
really
annoying,
appreciates
but they
you
weren't
enough
that
for it.
bad. They
Being
weren't
a
that
hero
bad.
isn't what it's
But
cracked up to
yeah,
be.
I don't know. The gameplay loop to me is incredibly fucking
Used
boring.
to be a cop myself.
Yeah, I played it on
For a
stream.
day, though.
I did. I played like 8 hours, I think.
Somehow I managed to get myself.
I played
involved
like
with
8
the
hours
incident
Death
in Raccoon
Stranding.
City on my first day in the force.
That is the incident with the viral outbreak, right? I think I might have seen a sample of the virus in a lab at the department.
I was out of college by the time the COVID shit hit. So. We were, they just canceled our last semester in person, so.
Now.
You are ass at what? Balancing and
It's
Death
Leon.
Stranding?
Sorry I couldn't get
Or
in touch
what?
sooner, but I was a bit tied up.
You're okay, right?
I'm fine. There was a male civilian held captive. According to him,
How many
Ashton's in a church
booster
somewhere.
shots have I
What
had?
happened to
All
him?
of
He
them.
managed to escape.
I got the
You have
Pfizer
a fix
shot,
on the
the Johnson
location of
Johnson
that
shot,
No,
the
but
Moderna shot,
apparently
and
there's a
all
secret
their
passage in the
according
village that leads
boosters,
there.
dude.
I'm heading back to the
I'm
village.
starting to grow a third testicle, but I think that just means it's working. I trust in the science, dude. They're pretty stingy with health in this game. A good goy. Thanks, dude. I try to be. Chat, dude, this is the thing. Does it really? All right. Let's keep it a bug fitty. Do you actually think, for one, I care what a bunch of randos on the internet who aren't even giving me money have to say about my skills of the game I have said on countless occasions I don't fucking like? Second of all, I'm sure they have plenty of, you know, games that they're not expert level autists at upon touching it for the first time, so. A lot if you're responding, that's called interacting on stream. Genius. Would you rather me just sit here in silence and occasionally go, wow, that was crazy? Oh, oops. I don't know why my controller keeps disconnecting. This is a brand new controller. It must just be a Microsoft's controllers. Because my other Xbox controller used to do that shit all the time too on my other computer. Or maybe I should pair it wirelessly. That might fix it. I don't know. It's doing it still. I don't know what the fuck's wrong. This is a brand new cable, a brand new controller, and a brand new computer. It's got to be something up with Xbox's like fucking shitty ass drivers or something. I don't know. Go around the building? Okay.
Got something that might interest you.
My controller isn't working, disaster. But like, I don't know, maybe it's just this game.
On sale, stranger.
Because I've used this controller and I haven't had a single problem, so I don't know. It's rigged. It might be the game fucking with it, I don't know.
What are you buying?
Boy. I don't have enough shekels. Yeah, I can't buy anything yet. Rip. Oh, I guess I could sell some shit. I think I got a gem or something.
What are you selling?
Yeah, I mean, that's only worth 12,000, so... It's probably not worth it. Dude, I don't have skill at Resident Evil. I've never claimed to. So... You'll find no clips of me claiming I'm a pro Resident Evil or, you know, I'm a huge fan of Resident Evil, guys. Like, Dreamcast guy's a huge fan of God of War but hates the originals. Like, I'm not gonna LARP as a fan of something I'm not.
Come back anytime.
Go into your device manager and view hidden devices and remove all Xbox controllers you see. I had to do this yesterday after Windows. Okay, yeah, I'll try that later. But I haven't had a problem with the other games I played, so I don't know. Like, I've played Space Marine for hours on end with this controller, and I've had zero issues, so I don't know, man. But it could be a Windows thing. God, dude, I hate the fact you can't fucking turn with the camera. That shit's gonna trigger me. Oh. Just a bit. Dude, I hate these controls. Oh my god. It's like those shitty shooter games at Chuck E. Cheese. Like the on-rails fucking shooters. Bro, you can't walk over him? Oh my god, bro. This shit is ass. Make it stop. Alright, stop. Oh man, this is sure a lot of fun. Boy, y'all just might make a Resident Evil fan out of me yet. You know?
But gosh dang it, I've had so much fun playing it.
That works. Yeah, I think the true horror of Resident Evil is always the controls. I think that's all of them. Oh, there's one guy over there. Oh no, more of them are coming. Bro, the fucking pickups despawn? Holy fuck, bro. Nah, DSP is like 43, I think. Him and Review Tech USA are the same age, I know that. Okay, sick. 4 of them just randomly appear out of nowhere.
Gaming.
Wahoo, dude. Yeah, I think they, well, no, I don't think they were in the same state. DSP was in Connecticut, Rich was in New York. Which, both of those are, like, very, very close. So... Why can't you strafe when you aim down sight? Because the same reason why you use square to fire your gun. Bad decisions were made in game development. Rich can be DS... Well, yeah, visually, absolutely. Rich looks way older than Phil. Oh, dude, this is so fucking bad. It'd be one thing if I had to repeat the same section because it was like fun, challenging. It's just fucking annoying. Oh shit, there goes my controller again. So I gotta figure out where the fuck those guys came from. There goes the controller again. Oh, bro, where the fuck did they come from? Shit. Oh my god, I fucking hate these controls, dude. I feel like a fucking guy in a wheelchair trying to climb up a flight of stairs. Jesus. Oh great, I'm gonna run out of ammo now. Dude, what the fuck? Is it just unlimited fucking enemies? I don't have any health items.
Got something that might interest you. Got a selection of good things on... What are you buying? Is that all? Is that all? Thank you. What are you buying?
Oh, I can't even buy ammo. I'm starting to like. I can assure you that's not the case. I hate this game even more than I did before, so no. Yeah, but the gameplay is way worse than The Last of Us 1. I'm already burnt out on this shitty fucking game. I genuinely hate these controls. I have hate in my heart. Genuine hate. Oh shit. Wrong button. Oh, bro, I'm just already done. This shit sucks. Okay, there we go. Oh, well, shit. I can't get the item. Which I need. Thank God, bro. That music is so fucking annoying. Jeez. That shit was obnoxious. Like, holy fuck, bro. It felt like I was in the fucking Congo. Jeez. I think I have, what? That's not red. Yeah, it's just annoying. Oh great, it's starting again. Punta Kente's army surrounds you. So you said I can knife these? Okay. Oh, yeah, the next game's set in Africa, exactly. Let's see. Is this a puzzle? The answer is literally on the door. I don't see anything. Just one up once, twice over. Oh, which way over? Okay, there we go. Lucky guess. Hold on, I gotta check something real quick. Alright, there we go. It's really irritating, my controller keeps doing that.
Nuestro jefe se quedará de la rata. Si la plaga es mucho mejor que
You carry the same blood as us, it seems. Nevertheless, you're an outsider. Just remember, if you become unpleasant to our eyes, you'll face
I'm using my Xbox Elite controller, so... Let me just try.
What? Same blood.
Unplug it from my computer and put it back. Oh, man. Holy fuck, dude. This shit's just tiring to play. I don't know where the fun is supposed to be, but... No, it's not the cable. The cable is brand new.
Leon, I've been able to get some new info that might help.
No, I've never liked Resident Evil.
Apparently, there's a religious cult group involved. They're called the Los.
I don't like survival horror in general. I find them incredibly boring, generally
Anyway, I had an
speaking.
unexpected run-in with the big cheese of this village.
But you're okay, right?
Yeah, but he could have killed me, but he let me live. And he mentioned something about me carrying the same blood as them. Whatever that means.
Carry the same blood.
How is it boring?
Anyway.
Wow, shoot enemy in head
with
with shitty fucking
You're right.
gameplay.
Hurry and find that
Kick
church,
enemy
Leon.
with square. Wait for enemy to get up or knife enemy on the ground. Shoot next enemy in head. Walk up to them, kick them, shoot them again or knife them. Shoot next enemy in head. Walk up to them, press square, knife them on the ground. Walk up to next enemy, shoot them in the head, press square, shoot them on the ground or knife them. With some of the shittiest fucking third-person shooter mechanics I have ever experienced in my life. You know, I take back what I said about Metal Gear Solid 3 being the worst controlling game in the third-person shooter genre I've ever played. Because that is better than this. Holy shit, bro. Yeah, I mean, I don't really like the remake either, but at least you can move and aim and, you know, it's not as fucking shitty. So, it's definitely better. I still don't like it, so. I still don't like remake. I think it's boring, personally. I find just, I mean, even Resident Evil 8, which, you know, everybody says is more action-centric, I didn't really like. I thought it was meh at best. And more so annoying than anything else. Hold on, let me refresh. It just crashed again. Give me a second. The only good part of Resident Evil Village is at the very end when you get the fucking assault rifle and just go in and, you know, shoot everything and they die immediately. That was fun. That was like the only enjoyable part of the game, other than maybe that boss fight where you get to use the big mech. That was kind of cool too, but that was more fun. This, not so much. All right, activity feed. There we go. Alrighty. RDX unfed with the 279. No way. Epstein didn't have a list. FBI's line. Yeah, but it would have disappeared over the past 4 years during the Biden administration if it did exist. So why would someone keep that around? You know, if it was incriminating. So I mean, unless they're using it as blackmail currently, which would be what I would do. I personally would not release the Epstein list, and I would use it as blackmail to get what I want out of powerful people who were compromised by it. Griffin, you think back then you would have liked... No. I've never liked... Dude, my dad is a big Resident Evil fan. I hated Resident Evil. So, no, I've never... The only Resident Evil I liked was 5 because my friend and I played it co-op and he carried me through the game. So, I'm not a Resident Evil fan. I never have been. I don't like the genre. And I never will. So, it's just the way it's got to be. I don't like games with purposely shitty combat. It's infuriating and insulting to me as the gamer, dude. Toss like a salad? My ass didn't get licked.
I can't afford this shit! I can't afford this shit! Where's that big...
I should play Death Stranding. Oh, yeah, dude. Definitely. You know, that's right on my list of games to play next.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Did you just say for Hitler? Let's see. So, Run a Dog with the 2. What other games does your dad like? He likes the Final Fantasy games. He liked Nintendo 64 stuff. I don't know. I know he said he had one of those, but it got stolen in his military move. So the movers stole his N64, so I never saw what games he had for that, but he told me he used to play stuff like Mario and Donkey Kong and stuff like that, and Super Smash Brothers. So, he used to play like the Nintendo stuff. He liked racing games a lot, so he played Gran Turismo as well. He had Devil May Cry as well. And I'm trying to think what else. I think he had a copy of Metal Gear, but it was sealed, and it was like the greatest hits version. He said he didn't think he had ever played those, but yeah, he just bought a bunch of because like he was deployed in the military, so he just bought a bunch of shit while they were sitting around base to burn time. So him and his friends on base used to just play video games all day while they were waiting around. So. But he had a Game Boy, too, so, yeah. But he doesn't really talk about playing video games that much anymore. He just plays, like, this tank game on his phone, mainly. That's about all he plays these days. Used to be a gamer like you, I guess so. But then he changed. Shit, I thought I dropped something, but I guess not. No, I definitely did. I dropped a piece of like an orange peel and it just like disappeared. That's fucking odd. I have no idea where it went. Nope, Paulo's asleep. Oh well. Damn, that's crazy. Just straight up disappeared like a like a black father. Oh yeah. Oh my god. Did I check my hole? Oh no, I didn't, dude. Let's see. DJ Aftershock of the 2. You saw Destin rocking a Phil Spencer picture. Yes, I saw that. He has a framed picture of Phil Spencer on his desk, which is completely sane behavior from a very sane man. And Mr. Kill Jr. with the 10, I play survival horror for the tension and inventory management. No joke.
Nice cock.
I mean, that's fair enough. That's definitely the part I dislike the most is inventory management. No joke, I find satisfaction that nothing can scare me anymore besides life-changing events. The only thing that scares me is girls. But, yeah, I mean, that's fine, man. You know? Different strokes. I have never been a Resident Evil fan, personally. In Genocide King Revive with the 2, your dad is based. Mine only plays Civ on his Mac. Interesting. I used to play Civilization on my Mac.
You're broke!
Son?
You're fucking poor!
But I like Civilization. I haven't played any of the new ones. Civ 5 was the last one I played. Alright, bro, this is driving me insane. So what was it? Device Manager and then Hidden Device. Alright, I'm gonna do this real quick. There is no reason it should be doing this. Alright, I'm just gonna put y'all here while I go through settings. Let's see, device manager. Jesus Christ, dude.
I can't afford this shit!
Xbox peripherals. Hidden devices. Where do I go for that? Show hidden devices. Yeah, I only have the one Xbox controller. I'll just do this. Let's see. Alright, well, let's see if this works. Alright, it popped back in, so I'm guessing it should be fine. Alright. We shall see.
Something that might interest you.
Got a
Oh,
selection
shit.
of good things on sale.
Just crashed
stranger.
again. Fuck, man. So irritating. Give me a second. Alright. Refresh. Viewer active. Oh shit, a bunch of super chats just popped in. Let's see. So Raging Boar with D20. Appreciate it. Mute Brittany D. Alright. Well, Brittany D, you just said hello, but goodbye. And see her with the 2. Imagine having another man's picture at all. Yeah, I don't know. I cannot relate. I cannot relate, personally. That's not how I swing. And DJ Aftershock with the 2. Ever played any of the Paradox Interact? I'd have to look at what they are. Let's see. No, I have not. Oh, I have played Stellaris. I take that back. I have played Stellaris, but the other ones, no, I have not played. Which, unfortunately, that game got revoked from my library because I bought it on G2A. But, yeah, it was pretty good from what I played. We hate you, Britt. Don't come back. You were never liked. Wow, dude. She's not going to date you, man. You don't have to be so mean. See her with the 5. I played all the RE from RE1 to RE4 just recently. RE1 was GameCube version. And the rest, the remakes, I like them, although RE2 is best, in my opinion. Yeah, I don't like this style of game. It ain't for me, dude. I just don't like clunky controls. I don't like, you know, resource management. I don't like spongy enemies. I don't like purposely bad, like, gameplay to add quote-unquote tension. I don't know. No, the game's not crashing. It's the YouTube Studio page, which YouTube
What are you buying?
has fucked up their thing. DJ Aftershock with the 2. Europa Universalis is based. Can't wait for... I guess that's number 5. Yeah, I've heard good things about those games. I've just never played them myself. Oh, it's out of stock, but I have enough money to buy it, and I don't have one. That's nice. Or do I have it?
What are you selling?
Oh, I do have a shotgun. When the fuck did I get that? Alright, well, I guess that's good.
Welcome. What are you buying? Is that all, stranger? Thank you. Come back anytime.
I think that's the way I came. Maybe? I don't remember. Oh no, that's the way I came. Dude, I'm just like, playing this burns me out so fast. It just burns me out. I want to just lay down and sleep now. Yo, what the fuck? I don't care what DSP does. I don't base my sense of self-worth on the fact that other people like shit. I don't like it, and that's all that matters to me. Is my self-worth on how much money you make? Kind of, but not in like a one-to-one type way. If I was a broke boy, then yeah. But it's not like, oh, I made 10 bucks, I feel good about myself. Not like that. It's more so, am I a failure in life versus have I succeeded?
Hunnigan, it's Leon. The door's locked. I can't get in.
Didn't they teach you how to pick locks at the academy?
Yeah. There's some sort of indentation, like something
Mario
might fit
Kart
inside.
World's definitely my game of the
there's
year
no use
now,
standing
having
around.
played it. Yeah,
Leon,
I agree,
you have
man.
to find some way or something to get inside.
I really enjoy it. Mario Kart World is genuinely great. This just makes me sad.
¡Ahí está!
Let's see. Resident Evil 4 Dial Puzzle. Three, 4, 4, 4, 3. Okay. So 3, 3, 3, 4, 4, 4, 3. Yay. Arcades are dead because of the devaluation of the US dollar. I don't agree with that, because wouldn't arcades be more affordable than ever if that were the case? Because 25 cents back in the day was way more money than it is now, so... Can you jump? Guess not. Oh, you can. Alright, I didn't want to fucking fall. Oh, shit. A chicken egg from a snake. He's still not dead. Jeez, dude. Oh, I remember this part from Remake. A lot of unfinished games. No, I don't think it's I don't think it's that people don't want to pay 25 cents. It's I think the places charge way too much. Like if you want to play any of those arcade machines nowadays because the maintenance on them is so high because a certain demographic, you know, destroys them. You charge like $4 to play on them now. Most of them have a fucking credit card swipe. So if arcades were truly 25 cents a play, I think they'd still be pretty popular, but, you know, a certain demographic has made that pretty much impossible. Considering the fact that, you know, once things break, you have to pay to repair them, and 25 cents a play doesn't accommodate such expense. So... It's the same reason why shit gets more expensive in the stores, is to, you know, accommodate for theft. Yeah, certain scholarly sources. Scholarly sources, man. want things to get cheaper, just kill all the criminals. Problem solved. Which some might say is a little extreme, but, you know. Let's see. Raging Boar with the 5 gifted memberships. I appreciate it. Even if you donated this game, I still appreciate it. So, big ups. Thanks for spreading the positivity. Because people are willfully ignorant and they want to put the fucking blinders on and pretend that an issue doesn't exist when it does. Because it doesn't agree with their worldview.
Got a selection of... What are you buying?
I hate the fact that they don't let you buy ammo. It's very irritating.
What are you buying?
Nah, I mean, I'm at the point now where if you commit a violent crime and it's on camera, the penalty should just be death. Like, that's it. Like, if you're filmed on security camera walking into a store, pulling a gun on somebody, or grabbing a bunch of shit and running out the door, regardless, like, if you're on camera doing it, it is provable beyond a reasonable doubt. Like, you should just be executed on the spot. It's the only way to stop this behavior. Like, genuinely. Like, it sounds extreme, but a week in jail to someone who does nothing with their life is nothing. Sitting in a fucking jail getting fed 3 times a week with their own bed, shower, toilet, and TV is not punishment to people who are literally living either on the streets or in shitholes. That's not even punishment. You're almost rewarding them for the criminal behavior. Because on one hand, they don't get caught and they get a bunch of shit that's worth money. And then, you know, on the other side of the coin, they get arrested, a few free days of food, sleep, and whatever else.
Tell me to my face to shut the
and then
fuck
they
up.
just go right back on the street and do it again. There's zero incentive to not be a criminal if you are like a nothing in life. We are literally incentivizing criminal behavior. And the only way to get rid of that mentality is to make people genuinely fearful of breaking the law, aka start killing people if they do it. So, no one's afraid of jail. No one's afraid of being criminally fined, dude. Nobody's afraid of probation. There's a reason why they don't fucking follow the law in the first place. They have no respect for it. And they have nothing going for them in life. So, you know, the only way that you're ever going to accomplish a complete and total reduction in crime is make crime so, like, just insanely terrifying that you wouldn't even consider it. You would consider suicide over charging into a store to rob from the register. Because it would basically be suicide. People have no idea how wealthy these store thieves are. They steal tens of thousands and yeah, exactly. And a whole pack of them swarm the fucking store and strip it clean. So, it should be open season on they ass the second they start snatching shit. The store owner should just be able to whip out a gun and start blasting. Yeah, they need that flat screen TV to feed their kids. Little Jamar ain't gonna be able to eat without his new Jordans. I don't know, bro. It's just pathetic. I genuinely have zero sympathy. Z-Herb with the 20. I saw a video talking about how Canada's collapsing. The guy who made it was Canadian too. He brought up how a guy got arrested for attempted car theft, released, did it again, released again, and killed someone. Yeah, I mean, that's literally a perfect encapsulation of Western criminal justice. Massive air quotes. That's literally the perfect example of our justice system at work. It's a joke. An absolute joke, bro. Yeah, it's infuriating, though. It's one of those things I definitely have passion about. You know, I hate crime with a passion. Genuinely. You shouldn't have to be afraid to walk down the fucking street. You shouldn't be afraid to wear a watch or jewelry. You shouldn't be afraid of leaving your car door unlocked. You shouldn't be afraid of using an ATM. You shouldn't be afraid of walking into a fucking store in a bad neighborhood or having to go to a sketchy part of town to go get gas. Like, it's wrong, bro. Genuinely fucking wrong. You should not have to live that way. And we wouldn't have to live that way if it was actually enforced. So... I walk down the street every day. The fuck are you talking about? Where do you think I walk my dog? I don't just walk him around my apartment. Raging Boar with the 5, been crushing noobs in Black Ops 6 since I took a break for... Yeah, that'll do it. They'll give you good games for a little while at least. Break for a week and a half. I'm getting insane plays. Keep eating my shit, noobs. Yeah, that's always a good feeling, is when you take a break from COD and you go back to it and they give you easy lobbies to get you hooked again. That's always a nice feeling.
What are you buying?
I just want to upgrade firepower, but...
Is that all, strange? Thank you.
Lost interest halfway through Doom. Oh, the new one? Yeah. Not all races are made equal. Yeah, I agree. Just like saying not all people are made equal. So, that's just a fact of life. Equality is a modern concept. And it's a false one, too. Do I have to swim? No. The fuck am I supposed to go? Guess not down here. I'm a fat guy doomer. I'm neither, but alright. I'm not a doomer, bro. I'm just very realistic. So I don't think it's over. I still try actively in my life. So I haven't given up. ¿Dónde estás? ¿Por qué? I keep trying to walk. I'm gonna die. Sí, señor. Oh, do they just keep spawning? The gunplay in this is absolute cancer. Yeah, you're telling me, dude. You're telling me.
¡Os voy a romper a pedazos!
Oh my god, bro. I genuinely can't. It's so bad. I hate this fucking... It's badass? Well, I agree with the bad part. And the ass part, but just not together. Wonky is a huge fan. I'm sorry. I hope he gets better soon. I hope he gets better soon, man. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. Being a Resident Evil fan, yikes. Griffin cries about modern games. Okay, what modern horror game do I like? Name one. Name a single modern horror game that I like. Name one. One modern game that is in the horror genre that I am a huge fan of.
Vámonos. Okay, ándale.
We're talking about modern games? Alright. Here you go. There's your 10 minutes. Heal before you do this. All right. I don't think I need to mix the herbs. Is there even a point to? I don't think I have any non-green ones. Yeah, they're all just green, so. I mean, I can mix them, but it's not going to do anything. You get infinite ammo if you shoot at the water on the dock. I don't think that's true. Doesn't it, like, jump out and kill you? I mean, I'll do it real quick. I don't really care. Yeah, I don't like... I already played like 8 hours of Remake. I didn't enjoy it at all. So this is just a worse version of that, and... yeah. What the fuck? Oh, you can still move the boat. God, dude, it's just so fucking bad. Gameplay is genuinely shit. I've played Nier multiple times. I like the original Nier better than Automata, but oh, Replicant. Yeah, I like the original one better because I think the father Nier character is cooler looking than the twink brother. Personally, I think the father was the better character. But Nier Replicant has better gameplay because they updated it, but... yeah, I've played Lost Planet too. I had it on PS3 back in the day. All 3 games Griffin played back in the day, but he would hate now. Nier? I literally played Nier less than a year ago. I played through the original Nier on stream like less than a year ago. So I don't know what you're talking about. Let's see. It's been playing for a little over 2 hours now. Alright, I'll play a little bit longer, but... Oh, man. Yep, I played Eve Dust back in the day on PS3, right? I had that. Thank God I don't ever have to touch this game. I know, this shit sucks. Because there's still an out, bro. Like, the only way I would be a doomer is if there's, like, zero opportunity to break the cycle. Luckily, that's still possible. It's hard, but you can still escape the Matrix, dude. For lack of a better term. No, you can't. Yes, you can. You make enough money, and you essentially can buy your freedom.
Leon, it's been 6 hours since our last transmission. I was starting to get worried.
Don't you mean lonely? Anyway, I started to feel dizzy, and then I guess I must have lost consciousness.
Lost consciousness? Maybe that has some connection to what the village chief was talking about.
Can't say. But I'm all right now. I'm gonna continue my mission.
Give me all your money? Fuck no, I earned that shit. Me, no one else. You don't ever see yourself making 6 figures? It's a lot easier than you think, man. Don't sell yourself short. It's not like some mystical, unattainable goal. Everybody in this chat's capable of making 6 figures. Bro, most plumbers make more than 6 figures, especially if you live in a highly populated area, so it's not like some mysterious number that's impossible to hit. Government employees make 6 figures. I don't know, I've never been sad whenever I've gotten money. I mean, unless it's to play shit like this, but you get the point. The act of getting money will definitely not make you sad. Like, nobody's gonna be sad that they got $100 for free, basically. Or nobody's gonna be sad if they got a raise at work. So... The thing that money buys is the ability to be happy. Because, bro, you could literally have, like, the perfect life, but if you're broke, your wife will probably leave you. You won't be able to, like, provide for your kids. You might lose your house. Like, you could have the perfect life, but once money, you know, exits the equation, you can be fucked pretty quickly. So... If you have a loyal wife, she ain't leaving. Yeah, sure. Let's drum up some hypothetical scenario. Sure. In an ideal world, that is correct, man. But we do not live in an ideal world. What kind of woman stays with a loser? Exactly. Exactly, dude. It's very, very rare. So I have to, like, shoot these boxes down or something? Yes. Yeah, I live in an apartment. I live in the DC area, so I can't... I mean, technically I could buy a house. If I, like, liquidated all my shit, I could probably buy a house, but I don't want to. I don't want to live here long term. Griffin, didn't you try and steal another man's girl? What? When have I even talked to a girl? The fuck are you talking about? Yeah, I'm not... I don't know where you got that from, but alright. Dude, the last time I've talked to a woman in a non-work capacity is literally at fucking college, which was like 5 years ago, or no, 4 years ago. Well, I guess 5 years ago, yeah, because I was not in person for that grad school. My source is I made it the fuck up. Yeah, exactly. I don't know where the fuck that came from. If only you had the Sebastian Cooper life. I know, Britt. Maybe someday. I can have 2 hot 20-something-year-old European chicks living with me, and they pay their rent and blowjobs. Maybe someday, right?
I've obtained an object that resembles the cult group's insignia.
Yeah, I think the stop killing game things isn't going to do anything, dude. The European Union will look at it and be like, okay, whatever. They're not going to give a fuck. They don't even care about their own women and children being raped by Arabs. Do you think they really give a fuck about video games? Like, come on, man. Oh, that's nice. Unlike fucking Remake, you don't actually have to manually drive the boat. No, that's Canada, where they're now broadcasting the commercials in fucking Hindi. What jobs do I recommend? Go join ICE and become a Border Patrol agent and, you know, protect the homeland. There you go. Go get them government checks. Yeah, don't take Griffin's advice. Who wants advice from an incel? You, bitch. That's why you're here, after all. If you're Jewish, get a finance degree. Oy vey, that's anti-Semitic. Ironically, there were a few Jewish people in my finance program when I was in college. Griffin's more of a volcel. Like, you never hear Griffin say, oh, I wish I was banging some chick. Yeah, dude, the thing is like, I don't even want... I don't know. Like, I don't even care about the sex part.
All
I
right,
just kinda
awesome.
want a family.
Thanks, nigga. All right.
Like, that's the biggest thing for me that I kind of miss, I guess, is, you know, it'd be nice to have, like, an actual, you know, wife and kids. I don't really give a fuck about the sex part as much, to be completely honest. I'm not super sex motivated at all. Like, I'm not like Raymond, where I'm like, I just need to fuck something! Like, bro, I don't really, that's not me at all. Oh, it's impossible for a single guy to adopt kids, bro. There's too many pedos, unfortunately. You know, they ruined the good thing. The fucking degenerates that deserve to be burned and crucified. So, yeah. Unfortunately, single men are not allowed to adopt children, but 2 gay men are A-okay, dude. Jesus Christ. God, I need to get laid. Let's talk about all the sex I'm not having. Bro, that shit's so great. Oh my god. I just bit my lip. Ow! Let's talk about all the sex I'm not having. Bro. Alpha chat bullshit. Oh my god. That shit's fucking funny. But the thing is with Raymond is, you know, behind his unhinged delivery, he does spit some facts. Especially when he talks about financial topics, I feel like. He's spot on with that stuff. He's absolutely spot on with that stuff. But, bro, the delivery just kills me.
Got a selection of good. What are you buying? Is that all, strange? Thank you.
Oh, he's out of stock. Uh-oh. Yeah, the sped delivery adds to the entertainment value. Griffin viewers watch bench. Oh yeah, dude, definitely. My cousin in the jewelry business. Isn't there a boss fight coming up? Like the big giant guy? Maybe not. Griffin wants to be like Ben Shapiro, losing his virginity at 30 and having 2 kids after smashing that puss. Is that what Ben Shapiro did? Then yeah, bro. Literally me for real, dude. Literally me for real. I don't really know anything about Ben Shapiro, to be completely honest, guys. I don't really like him. Oh, here we go.
Rápido. Ándale, arriba. Tranquilo.
Oh, there's a prompt to dodge. I guess it didn't pop up that time. Alright.
Hey, it's that dog.
Heckin' Pupperino, dude. Yeah, it's El Palo. No, the dog's leading him over to me. Oh, great. Out of ammo. Yo, what the fuck? There we go.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
Wowie zowie, dude.
Where did they even get a guy that big?
Oh boy, man, that was so much fun. Gee whiz, it sure was. Oh yeah, dude. Having the time of my life. If the combat was... Yeah, because I wouldn't have to play it. True. If it was turn-based, you wouldn't have this god-awful fucking control scheme. Oh, I thought that was my heckin' doggo friend. I guess not. Why is everyone so mean today? They're mean every day, man. It's not just today. I wish that were the case, but every day I'm subjected to some of the most abusive, vile, and just downright unacceptable, you know, abuse on the internet. And I don't want to make any assumptions, but I think it has something to do not with the content of my character, but with the color of my skin. Okay, so I have to do the light puzzle. Alrighty, so Resident Evil 4 RGB puzzle. Red 2, green 3, blue 1. Yeah, the problem is I don't want to do the puzzle, even if it's easy or not. I don't want to play this game.
Ashley.
Don't come!
Hey!
Oh, I'm gonna come, bitch. Look at those perky little things bouncing.
Calm down. Everything's going to be just fine. My name's Leon. I'm under the President's order to rescue you.
What? My father?
That's right. And I have to get you out of here. Now come with me.
Daddy's home.
It's
Hell yeah,
Leon.
dude.
I've succeeded in extricating my subject.
Good work, Leon. I'll send a chopper over right away.
Where's the extraction point?
There's another trail that you can take to get out of the village. The chopper will pick you up beyond there.
What the fuck happened? Okay. Guess it just froze. Alright, can I just get a save file? I think this is a good place to stop. I've been playing it for almost 3 hours. I've put in my time. I've had enough. I've already fucking played this section too, so it's like repetitive as shit. On top of being infuriating as shit. For once we play a good game, it ain't gonna happen, bro. It's never gonna happen. There are no such thing as good games on this stream. You can see under her skirt. Well, I can't because the camera's so shit. Oh, you have to catch her? Is this when you see? Okay, yeah, now you get to see up her skirt. Alright, there you go.
I'll take the girl.
Who are you?
Turbo Redditor. My name is Osmond Sadler, the master of this fine religious community.
What do you want?
To demonstrate to the whole world our astounding power, of course. No longer will the United States think they can police the world forever. So, we kidnap the president's daughter in order to give her our power and then send her back.
No.
Vaxxed.
Leon, I think they shot something in my neck.
What did you do to her?
We just planted her a little gift.
Leon, shoot something into my womb.
There's going to be one hell of a party when she returns home to her loving father. But before that, I thought I might bargain with the president for some donation. Believe it or not, it takes quite a lot of money to keep this church up and running.
Faith and money will lead you nowhere, Sadler.
Oh, I believe I forgot to tell you that we gave you the same gift.
When I was unconscious.
Oh, I truly hope you like our small but special contributions. When the eggs hatch, you will become my puppets. Involuntarily.
Nah, death to the Nords, bro.
I'll have total control.
The Stormcloaks
over your
must be
mind.
slaughtered.
Don't you think this is a revolutionary way to promulgate one's faith?
Sounds more like an alien invasion if you ask me.
They were white.
You okay?
Leon, what's gonna happen to us?
Don't worry. We got into this mess. We can get out of it.
Alright, perfect. Damn, bro, this bitch is clingy. Alright, there we go. Oh, never mind. It doesn't actually execute. Alright. Wowie zowie, man. That was absolutely incredible, dude. Just insanely fun. Wow. I can't think of a better game I've played recently. Oh, wait. I can. I can think of many. This game destroys Reaper. Yeah. And this BBC is about to destroy... Never mind. A lot of fun. I feel like I actually physically drained after playing that shit. Genuinely. Like, I unironically feel tired now. Like, physically tired. Not just, like, I want to go lay down tired, but, like, I've just lost the will to exist.
I can't afford this shit!
I don't like either of the original or remake, personally. I don't think either one is good. I don't like either one. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like physically tired after playing that shit. Let's see. Tim Marco the 7. I did it did lead to Ubisoft updating their EULA to include a clause that states that it may be broken at any time for any reason. Yeah, true. Yep. I don't think the stop killing games thing is going to do anything personally. And even if it does, what exactly are you saving? The fucking crew? Nobody bought that shit when it came out the first time. And Raging Boar with the 5, bruh, I could play this better than you, and I have cerebral palsy. It felt like I was experiencing it firsthand with how bad those controls were, so maybe so. It felt like I was playing on like a one-handed controller with how just unnecessarily retarded those controls were. Britt with the 2, I personally like Leon. Yeah, I bet you do, Britt. But I'm not playing RE4. That's a smart decision. Just watch somebody else play it. Leon is so hot. Oh my god, dude. Have you seen that mod of him with the fucking dog ears? Like, oh my god, dude. With the collar. Dude, unfortunately, I have seen that. I got onto, like, some femcel gooner fucking gaming community, I guess, on Twitter. And they were all, like, posting the fucking video of Leon with his fucking untrimmed cock out with a dog collar and dog ears. So, yeah. Envy me. Yeah, my For You page was cursed on that morning or afternoon, whenever it happened. I don't fucking know. Yeah, dude, I hit not interested all the fucking time on Twitter, but, you know, it doesn't seem to help. Yeah, I like the caption, I guess, was something along the lines of forget his massive veiny cock. I want to dry hump his abs or something. It was something like, bro, it was some mad femcel shit. I don't know. Unfortunately, it was like, you know, that corner of the internet. But women don't watch porn, yeah. And their reading material is just heckin' wholesome fantasy, dude. No explicit material at all. You're legit sus, Griffin. How am I sus for some shit I saw on fucking Twitter? That's like saying you're sus because when you went on the hub, one time they put a fucking tranny video on the homepage. Like, that's not really in your realm of control, just like it's not really in my realm of control what Twitter decides to serve up on my fucking For You page. So... Why you get it? Okay, I know why. Because Aerith is a search I made on Twitter I guess, I don't know exactly when this was. I think it was around the time Final Fantasy VII Rebirth was about to come out. So I had searched up Aerith or something on Twitter to find screenshots for my typical, you know, Aerith posting on the fucking community tab. And I think it's because Aerith is, like, super popular with female Final Fantasy fans. Like, Aerith is more popular with women than Tifa is. Whereas Tifa is more popular with men than Aerith is, if that makes sense. So I think it's because I looked that up and people were, like, posting modded pictures of Aerith from Remake. It might have gotten me down that rabbit hole of, you know, modded video game screenshots. So, that's the only thing I can think of, because why would I look up Resident Evil? I don't even like Resident Evil, so... That would be my guess, but I don't know. A Jewish conspiracy to turn Griffin...
Thanks, nigga. All right.
Well, dude, if that was the case, then every dick you've seen in a porn video would turn you gay, so... Hasn't worked so far, and those things were real. So, yeah, I don't think a modded video game's gonna make me go, oh my god, dude, all of a sudden I want to suck cock. Like, yeah, no. I don't think it works that way. I don't think it works that way. You see a penis once, and then all of a sudden you're a Fuda fanatic. Raging Boar with a 5, mute Brit. Alright. This soundtrack always gets questions. It's Panicky Puddles from Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze. Panicky Puddle from Tropical Freeze. Everybody asks about the song. Or should I say asked about the song. Also, interesting synth stream today. Yeah, somebody said he was playing a gacha game or something. Hopefully he was playing like Nikkei or something. Blue Archive, the lolly shit. Oh my god. I don't know if the DK Bonanza soundtrack will be good because of the vocals. Oh, yeah, they had the demo for it at Target today. I mean, I wasn't going to be that guy standing in the fucking Nintendo Switch section, like, just playing on the Switch unit. Like, they had the demo out. I did not play it. But while I was there, hold on, I'm going to send the picture of what I took. Bro, this shit had me laughing. Hold on, where is it? Fuck, I didn't think I took this many pictures between them. Alright, did it... Oh, there it is. Okay. There it is. This was the Xbox console section, guys. This was the Xbox console section. They don't even stock the Series X anymore. They literally just have a fucking empty slipcover from the old Diablo bundle. They don't even have an actual console in there. The only thing they had was a backbone controller branded with the Xbox button. Truly unfortunate, man. They had plenty of PS5s and Nintendo Switches, but no Xboxes at all. No, it's just empty. There's nothing in there, see? It's just an old slipcover from a previous, like, promotion they did. So I think this was 2 Black Fridays ago. They sold the Series X for $350 with Diablo 4 included. So this was like the slipcover that went over the normal Series X box. So, yeah. Basically, they just put it in there for filler because there's nothing to sell. So if this was actually purchasable, the console would be inside. They just found some random piece of garbage to stick in there so it looked like they had something and it wasn't just empty shelves. Yeah, it truly is tragic, man. The Xbox fall off needs to be studied. It's crazy, man. But I mean, pretty much everywhere looks the same now. They had more physical Switch 2 games than they did Xbox games as well. And there's only like 10 physical Switch games for the Switch 2. Yeah, I took this today. I went to Target, so I went to Target today to go buy some like cleaning shit. And I live in a super populated area too, so it's not like I'm out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere where they wouldn't be able to sell it. Diablo 4, what happened there? Apparently people hate it. I never played it. I own it, but I've never played it. Basically the estimate for the Switch 2 is mid-2026 for availability. But, you know, that's subject to change. It depends on how, you know, how hardcore people go and, you know, trying to track it down. They would unlock, if they would unlock the BIOS and make it an actual PC that can install Steam OS, I would buy one. Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably what they're gonna do with the next one, but I don't know why you wouldn't just buy a normal computer at that point. Alright, I need some slop action to wake me up, bro. I'm fading. Damn. Thanks, Britt. Have a good one. Oh, shit. Did these just come through? Z-Herb with the 5. The same people mad at... Yeah, I didn't read this. Same people mad at Anthem shutting down were the type crying about it. At least, honestly, the game was bad. Let it die. Yeah. Nobody wanted to play it when it came out, so I don't know why they want to play it now. That's the thing, is the type of games that disappear, it's like, they're not even worth really anything. Thank fucking God? What do you mean? And then also Z-Herb with the 2. Griffin's Twitter account is Evan Loves Wharf. I don't know who that is.
Ready to strike. Welkin. Ready. Tricera. Ready to strike.
I think it's pretty fun. I mean, it's just a slop action game, so. Brit gone. Oh my god. A libtard and self-proclaimed commie. Oh yeah, dude, I'm definitely a commie. I don't know how you get a fancy character card like that person has.
Tricera, taking off. Tricera.
Oh shit. Are you going to get the gym pass? What is the gym pass?
Ready to pick off some stragglers.
Dude, I do so little damage. Bro, he ended up killing me? Come on, dude. Oh my god. That is so homo. Unlocks the gum area in your base so you can take photos of your character. Oh, the gym area. Okay. I gotcha. So it's just a photo op zone? I don't know.
Stupid fuck.
Ready to pick off some stragglers. I was hoping you'd last longer.
Oh. The card thing is in the past as well. Oh, okay.
Holding down the front. The new round has begun. Optimal camo.
Well, basically, the FBI came out tonight and said definitively that Epstein did not kill, or that Epstein did kill himself, and there is not a conspiracy or whatever. I don't fucking know. But yeah. I think it's either one of two things. The shit was destroyed during the Biden administration, so nobody has any hardcore proof anymore. Or, you know, Trump is using the information for his own designs as blackmail material, which is what I would do. Personally. I wouldn't hand it over. I got him! I got Goy Boy.
I was hoping you'd last longer. Narukami, moving in to provide cover. Focus on the target. Stellaris, sneaking up for a backline
Nice. Cracked him. I was hoping you'd last longer. Damn, even the video game girls are telling me that it's over. Yeah, exactly. It's like that fucking shit where it's like, it's not about how big it is, it's how you use it. It's like, well, what if I don't have either? It's truly Jover, though. Shit. Boing.
Enemy down. Tricera, holding down the front. Fire control system
Shit. Boing. Got a blast. Yeah, this game's free.
Enemy down.
I haven't spent any money on it.
Tricera, holding down the front.
Yeah, it is kind of surprising they gave away so many mechs. I think Elon's desperate for any sort of political relevancy now. Personally.
Stellaris saves the day.
Might as well make the LOL Rotarian party. So what is this gem pass called? Bar access card? Oh, that. Okay. That's expensive, dude. Bro. I'm so glad to be done with that game. Holy shit. I feel free.
Aleseness, ready to strike. Vulcan, ready to
Andrew
strike.
Yang is an
Stellaris,
idiot. I don't like
ready to
Andrew Yang.
strike. Falcon, ready to strike. Hurricane, ready to strike. Pilot proceeding on board.
Yeah, UBI is a litmus test of how fucking stupid you actually are when it comes to economics.
Injecting coaxium particles. Pilot sync rate stable. Mind bridge initiated.
Eliminate all mercenaries in the Sky Fortress. The first squad to 8 kills wins the round. Secure 2 out of 3 rounds of attack to suppress the enemy forces.
Tricera, taking off. Tricera, holding down the front.
Objective. Neutralize all hostile strikers and swiftly conclude the operation.
If we want to fix all of our financial woes in one decisive move, all we have to do is dissolve the Federal Reserve. That's it. Interest rates would be lower. Our country wouldn't be going fucking broke. We could print our own fucking money. Everything would decrease in price. But no, we can't have that because that's anti-Semitic, dude. But yeah.
Falcon here. The sky is ours.
The last 2 people who tried that got shot. One by themselves and the other in a car by, you know, Secret Service.
Stellaris, sneaking up for a backline ambush.
Initiating ejection sequence. Enemy down. Ready for deployment.
Boing.
Tricera.
Bouncy, bouncy, bouncy. Dude, I feel like this class has been fucking nerfed.
Welkin, ready to
I'm dying a lot easier than I have been.
Initiating ejection sequence.
Yeah, people just want to consume Zagoy slop, watch their Marvel movies, play their Fortnite, watch sports ball, go to the fucking bar, go to their chain restaurant of choice, clock in their wagey job, pay off their credit card bill, pay the rent, pay for their utilities, have no savings, and just exist. It's sad, man. The human spirit has been crushed.
Insufficient engine output.
JFK tried to get rid of the Federal Reserve.
Round ends in 60 seconds. Landing area.
Tricera, holding down the front.
The new round has begun.
What the hell was going on? I don't know why I couldn't drop. Oh shit. Use the fucking shield! Fuck. It's Jover. Oh fuck me.
Energy low. Stabilizing.
Jeez. Do you think AOC has a bush? Yeah, but it's like kept. It's trimmed, not shaved.
Enemy down. Ready for deployment. Striker ready. Switching to brain.
Tricera, holding down the front.
Camo drills. Fire control system unlocked.
Hurricane, coming in to draw enemy fire.
Energy low.
Bro, this class, I feel like, has been nerfed. AOC definitely has landings. Yeah, it's like a power thing, you know? Like, she wears the pants in her relationship, you can tell. So she probably was like, yeah, you gotta eat this hairy butch, like, bitch boy. Because her husband or whatever is literally, you know, Cucky McCuck pants. He looks like the average Soylent enthusiast, so... Get ready to floss, bitch.
Holding down the front.
Camo drills. Fire control system unlocked. Stabilizing.
Hurricane, coming in to draw enemy fire.
Assist. Defeat. MVP.
Inferno can burn anything to the ground.
Alright. People complaining about the paywalls? I don't really think the paywalls are that bad. Mixed. Let's see. Free to play. Amount of grind is really impressive. Not any other machine running Linux. A clown. There you go. Yeah, cry, Linux user. Nobody fucking cares about you. Not even your own parents. Yeah, it's got a pretty healthy player base for now. Nah, dude, my new gooning material's right here. Stellar Babe. Haven't gooned in like a week? Well, now you have to, man. Goon, we're waiting. Alright guys, I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Let me just mute my mic real quick. Oh, the camera's on. Camera's been on the whole time. Hello. Damn, I got like the worst cards. What the fuck? Dude, I didn't get Raven. I didn't get Tacky, or I didn't get Eve. I got fucking a grown ass man. Fucking this disgusting freak. And then the fucking other weird robot bitch. Damn. Yeah, that's the point, dude. She is a literal sex doll. Nah, I can't play Stellar Booty. I already got a temp, bro. I'm not trying to make it a campgrounds. Steam should give you enough cards to make a level 1 bet. Yeah, good luck with that. They want to force you to spend money on it. Let's look at those pics. Which one? This one? That one's nice. That one's nice, too. Slav squat. There's just something very weird about this one. Like, it looks really sketchy, bro. It looks really sketchy, like something bad's about to happen, if you know what I mean. I wonder how many people are playing this right now. 20,000 almost? Damn. I wish I was one of them, but I can't do it, man. I don't have the willpower. And I'm willing to admit it. Yeah, exactly.
I just can't do it. I can't take this shit no more, man.
It'll just make me sad, bro. It'll just make me sad. Why can't I have that? Why do I have to be relegated to just Coomer shit, dude? So here we go. Xbox is killing gaming. Game Pass must be stopped. Xbox cancer. That'd be a good name for the next console. Alright, we'll leave the
Hey there,
music
gamers.
on.
Dreamcast Guy here. Today we're talking about Xbox because the last 48 hours has been an extremely strange time to watch the entire internet 100% turn against Xbox, from Xbox YouTubers to fan accounts to PlayStation people, but also a lot of game developers, people that are actually very high up in the industry.
Dreamcast Guy has sex and you don't, Griffin. Remember that, buddy? How could I ever forget?
Fucking suck dicks in an Olive Garden bathroom.
Now saying that Xbox, and especially Game Pass, is a cancer. It's killing the industry, and now it's dying because of its own damage done. And I want to really take a look at all the different takes about this, because I think it's interesting that Xbox has gone from a competitor to an interesting rival to something that just feels like everybody that comes near it ends up damaged because of it. Let's get into it. Hi, hope you're having a great day, and if you could please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. I hope you guys had a good 4th of July. By the way, I ended up grilling a bunch of burgers, drinking booze, having a very high-calorie brunch. It was a very, very, very fun weekend. But now,
a high-calorie brunch. That might be the most feminine shit I've ever heard a man say. That is like the most feminine shit ever. Yeah, I just had a really high-calorie brunch. Oh my god, I'm gonna be regretting this for the rest of the week. But, girl, get me away from those pancakes. They are so good. Like, what the fuck, bro? That's like some shit a woman would say. A high-calorie brunch. Xbox damaged me too. It touched me when I was little. It touched my heart, but then stole it.
now it's Sunday. It's time to talk business. So I saw stuff like this, where this is Paul Tassi at Forbes.com, and the article itself he wrote is good. Can we trust anything Xbox says? Obviously, the conclusion is Xbox are vicious liars. We're going to go through a bunch of their lies in this video, but I found it interesting that all the replies are basically this. Stuff like this. This is Clyobrel, a big Xbox account, one of the biggest Xbox fan accounts on Twitter. Good article. The only possible answer here is we probably can't. Don't trust anything any company says. If you think it's just Xbox, then
Wait, is he back to it? Hold on.
big Xbox account, one of the biggest Xbox fan accounts on Twitter. Good article. The only possible answer here is we probably count. There's Xbox are vicious liars. We're going to go through a bunch of their lies in this video, but I found it interesting that all the replies are basically this. Stuff like this. This is Cliobrel, a big...
There we go. Cliobrel is back. Cliobrel. He said Clobrel the last few videos, so interesting. We're back to Cliobrel.
Xbox account, one of the biggest Xbox fan accounts on Twitter. Good article. The only possible answer here is we probably can't. Don't trust anything any company says. If you think it's just Xbox, then you're in for a rude awakening. Obviously, you can't really trust... You can trust what you play. If they release a game and it's good and you're excited for the next game, I think that's valid. But let's face it, companies that make big promises or just try to screw you over and over again, there's a lot of bad stuff out there. Trust or don't trust. Don't let social media rumors and rage bait ruin your joy of gaming. If you listen carefully to what Phil Spencer says, it's impossible to catch him in a lie. Okay, so wow, I can't believe I found the last Xbox fanboy. Buddy, Phil Spencer will sell you for $25 in a cheeseburger. Okay. After recent events, I'm absolutely conceding Satya Nadella is the current CEO of Microsoft, and a lot of people think that he is personally responsible for a lot of these Xbox closures. We're going to take a look at the numbers, but just in general, it's wild that even within the last month, he constantly talks about the success, the longevity, the growth of Xbox, and the fact that he is claiming publicly that Xbox is never doing better, while privately just hatchet jobbing it or making Phil Spencer hatchet job it and take the blame. It shows the fact that not only is Satya an absolute despicable sociopath who will get art for an extra 10% profitability, but I think it's also just a sign of the fact that Microsoft no longer even has a vague interest in Xbox. Natya is very likely going to sell Xbox for parts, putting up all that
Natia. Oh my god.
Cash into AI within 5 years. These trillion-dollar companies think they're all racing to build God, so honestly, who cares if a slim margin video game division? None of the other players are like this. Google left gaming, Meta has its deeply sad VR research they're still doing, and Sony and Nintendo are not throwing billions of dollars into AI, so they don't have this problem. And I think this is interesting, because I do think it is a big point. A lot of people have talked about the fact that for whatever reason, the tech sector right now is in this arms race. They think whoever can make perfect AI first gets infinite money. They want to have the ability to just type
yeah, for good reason.
a prompt and a full blockbuster Marvel movie appears. Or you can type a prompt and a full video game appears. Everything, right? Zero cost to the creator, full profit to the company. That's the idea, right? Obviously, I don't think that technology is ever going to exist. I'm a big nerd. I like...
You don't think that technology is ever going to exist. It already does on some level. It already fucking does. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. It absolutely will exist if it doesn't already. Because God only knows what the government has access to. The consumer grade, products don't even have in the 5-year pipeline at this point.
Like, not just art, but the creation, the process, the suffering to make art. I think that's necessary. I just don't think AI will ever really make stories that are as good as the stories we're currently doing, right? But let me keep going here. Here's a focus I've seen of a lot of very controversial talks. A lot of people are almost kind of pissed about this, but Game Pass is unsustainable and damaging, says the founder of Arcane. Larian Studios director agrees. The economics never made sense. Now, I have to admit, a lot of people sent this to me yesterday, and I actually took a bit to even, clock it. This is such a big deal. As a public statement, this is ruinous. This is the most damning tweets I've maybe ever seen. This guy was the head of Arcane, the founder of Arcane Studios, the maker of Dishonored, of Prey. This dude knows what he's doing and worked with Xbox for a decade. If this guy is saying Game Pass doesn't pan out, the math doesn't pan out, Xbox doesn't know what they're doing, this dude knows better than literally anybody on the planet. Why is no one talking about the elephant in the room? Cough, cough, Game Pass. As a developer, what are your thoughts on Game Pass? I think Game Pass is an unsustainable model that has been increasingly damaged to the industry for a decade, subsidized by Microsoft's infinite money, but at some point reality has to hit. I don't think Game Pass can coexist with other models. Either they kill everyone else, or they give up. Now, this has been sort of an analogy I've made in previous videos, which is the idea of Netflix versus movie tickets, right? If you want to go see a movie, it costs about $20. And a lot of times that movie, it's good or bad. It's something like, I really like 28 Years Later recently, but you'd also see something super bad, a dog shit, random ass Marvel movie, right? But the point is that for that price, you could get an entire month of Netflix. Netflix, you get hundreds and hundreds of shows, classic movies.
At least he thinks Marvel movies are dog shit. Oski with the 2 just wanted to say thanks for keeping the music. No worries, man.
retro stuff, but also all the original content by Netflix. So it becomes this thing where, okay, how is the single movie ticket profitable and how is Netflix profitable? Well, profitable is sort of a hard thing to margin, right? Especially when it comes to Netflix. Netflix is always like 1% in the green. Even though they have hundreds of millions of people that watch Netflix every single day, they're always barely surviving. And a lot of that comes down to stock price. It seems like this is the problem, is that Microsoft is trying to copy that. Microsoft is trying to figure out, okay, how can we be happy with that 1% margin? How can we stay 1% in the green? Right now, it seems like that's what Game Pass has been doing. It's just ever so slightly in the green. They're always slightly profitable. But the problem is that games are more expensive to make, they take longer to make than movies, and additionally, I feel like this really can't be understated, they keep doing these expensive acquisitions. Microsoft's buying up all this stuff, all these 20, 30, 40, $80 billion acquisitions like they did with Activision Blizzard. That stuff puts you so deep in the red, and this 1% profit margin, you're never really going to break even, right? Netflix can never catch up to those kind of acquisitions, so they don't even try to do it. Okay, now here's the other tweet that I think is just so damning. What happens when all the money runs out is the most vocal concern in my network, and one of the main economic reasons people I know haven't shifted to its business model. The infinite money thing never made any sense. I agree, I'm fed up with the BS of, don't worry, it doesn't impact sales, only to admit years later it absolutely does. So this has been...
Yeah, anyone who thought it wouldn't impact sales is an absolute idiot. Like, that was one of the dumbest talking points that was peddled by the Xbox apologists for the longest time, until they eventually gave up when Microsoft had to start sticking their shit on everything else to actually get sales.
The biggest lie that's constantly told by Xbox. I've called it out. A lot of people have screamed at me for calling it out, and I never really minded their mean comments or whatever because it's been so blatantly obvious. If you can get a game for free, you know, a Game Pass subscription, or you get the game for $70 or $80 up front, a lot of people are going to choose the cheaper option. Even though they'll never own it, they go, okay, I'm going to just beat Fable. I'm going to get Game Pass for a month. I'm going to beat Fable. I'm going to beat Starfield. And once it's done, fine. Even if I paid for 2 months of it, I paid $50 instead of $70. To a lot of people, that's absolutely worth it. Whereas now it's starting to make that thing where Xbox realized, oh, well, our math required that somebody buys some of these games. Somebody was supposed to pay for something up front because we're never going to hit those Netflix numbers. Microsoft has admitted that they wanted to hit 100 million Game Pass users, and they never even slightly came close, ever. So it makes it where, okay, now we're constantly trying to buy bigger and bigger properties. We're taking our games and selling them on PlayStation. We're trying to put stuff on Nintendo Switch. We're putting stuff on PC. They realize, okay, we have dug too big of a hole for Game Pass and the infinite money of Microsoft to ever actually pan out. Okay, I want to look at this. This is something crazy. I want to take a look at 2 tweets by Destin Legary here, which is the fact that
Griff, would you kiss Dreamcast guy in the mouth? Not even for free.
According to their own financial reports, gaming is a part of, obviously, the big Xbox umbrella of Windows. It's actually been profitable, to some degree. Gaming is doing revenue close to Windows. They just had a record-breaking quarter. Even when successful, Xbox laid off staff 2 months later, closing a studio, canceling projects, and axing their best live service shot ever. What a frustrating joke. They're saying right here, with a record-breaking quarterly earning, a multitude of content surfaces, and reportedly 35 million Xbox Game Pass subscribers, Xbox looks to be up on the up.
Yep, they should have put Bobby Kotick in charge because he actually knew how to manage multiple development teams, multiple studios, pick the right people to run those teams and everything, so they should have leveraged Activision leadership and gotten rid of the in-house Xbox people because they fucking suck at their job. They couldn't even manage their own studios prior to all the acquisitions, but somehow they expect to be able to manage not only their own shit, but now Bethesda and Activision at the same time. Like, it's absolutely batshit insane. The only new studio that Microsoft has made, which was The Initiative, was a complete and catastrophic failure, which has now been shut down with nothing to show for it for about a decade of work. And the game, quote-unquote, that they were working on wasn't even real. It's just pathetic. Like, Microsoft genuinely has no business managing anybody else, much less themselves.
Up and up. Oh, wait, what's that? A statement by Phil Spencer? Oh, yeah, the king of lies. Like, look at this. 1 month ago, they're talking about how good this stuff is, and then just shutting down everything. Now, some people, I think that a lot of the Xbox rage, a lot of the fanboys, a lot of the journalists, like Jez Corden, his whole job is sucking Phil Spencer's toes. But he said this. Yeah, Microsoft CFO Amy Hood has given Xbox an unrealistic financial requirement that is going to continue hurting the division. this isn't over. Now, Tom Warren here, obviously a big Xbox writer. I don't think it's unrealistic. It's just the reality of the Xbox business after the Activision Blizzard acquisition. With the deal, Xbox revenue would be down, and the Game Pass gamble hasn't paid off yet. Essentially, what's happening is something that companies have done in the past, where you buy something and then you put a really, really high goal of, hey, you have to have this amount of profitability. And they do their best in the short term. Okay, we'll do some layoffs that increase our profitability. We'll release some scammy DLC. We'll increase prices. Okay, that stuff all increases the profitability in the short term. But in the long term, now you have less developers, less projects, less IP, so you fall apart. I think you saw this recently with, there was like a company that bought, what was it? Not Long John Silver. Somebody bought like Red Lobster and sold a bunch of land and took down a bunch of the stores. And yes, in the short term, it increased the profitability of Red Lobster.
Oh, the Zog Boil slop bag, yeah.
But it also kind of screwed the company over. They're Red Lobstering Xbox right now. They're just saying, hey, we bought you, we own you, now find a way to dance. Dance for that money, baby. This is about competition. Let us have competition, says Satya Nadella in 2022, and then every single year after that, January 2023.
Dreamcast guy, I appreciate the energy, bro, but it is racist to call him Satya Nutella just because he's fucking brown.
He fires 10,000 people. May 2025, fires 6,000 people. July 2025, 9,000 people. What metric Satya is competing on exactly? I love this. His competition is making the most money with the fewest amount of paid employees, being the biggest a-hole in tech. It's interesting that I see everybody sort of just talking about how much Microsoft thinks of Xbox as a tech company first, which makes sense. A lot of people treat the idea of this as, Elon fired 80% of the staff on Twitter, and yeah, Twitter is pretty much falling apart, but some people say it still functions. You can still scroll the site and it's not instant crashing, right?
How is Twitter falling apart? Because people can say stuff that's racist. Oh no.
But I think a lot of people, the problem is that this isn't that kind of project. Xbox isn't tech. It's tech adjacent, it's tech related, but in my opinion, this is art. We're making games. We're making stories that make you cry. We're making worlds that matter. We're making these great graphics and cool, interesting articulation and meaning and stuff. And I guess I get annoyed because a lot of these CEOs just think of it as a decimal point. Okay, this game that made you cry sells 2.5% more, whereas this game that has loot boxes and free-to-play, that makes 5% more profit. So the free-to-play game with no story and no real fan base, that's more important. I see so many people just straight up saying, this is embarrassing. The fact that they're closing so much, axing so much, before it even has a chance to see the light of day, it's embarrassing. I have no words for what is happening this week. Phil Spencer showed up to Tango Gameworks, congratulated them on the awards won by Hi-Fi Rush, takes a group photo, and closed the studio. He did the same thing at Rare, visiting them and then firing the entire team. He is a ghoulish sociopath, a stain on the industry, and the press has laundered him for 10 years. Remember Skillup having the stick of calling Phil Spencer Uncle Phil? The press and shilltubers worked very hard to create a cult of personality around Phil Spencer, being a savior in our...
Yep, exactly.
...friend. It is...
I call it the will of Phil, because all these people are fucking cultists.
This reputation allowed him to fire thousands of people. I don't even know the name of the Nintendo CEO. I know the name of Jim Ryan, because of everybody told him to go F himself. But Phil Spencer has had the best... the entire press propagandizing his image for what he wanted. He didn't save Xbox. He made it all about him. There's nothing left. It's interesting to me that every part, every headline, every piece of this news is just so universally hated, so universally disgusting. Even the fact that they're telling the laid off people, oh, I'm so sorry, talk to the Xbox AI and maybe it'll help you get a little bit of free therapy. This is scummy. This is not just scummy. Everybody is instantly being like, bro, these people just need to get out of the industry. Absolutely. I hate the fact that Xbox is doing so bad, PlayStation is being so lazy. It seems like only Nintendo is trying at this point, and I feel like I'm not a Nintendo fan. Obviously, I make more videos hating on Nintendo than sucking Nintendo. Why do I keep saying that? Obviously, I make more videos. Sucks like wet dick in a fucking Olive Garden parking lot. Hating on Nintendo than complimenting Nintendo, but even I gotta take a step back and say they're the only company that seems to care about the games at this point. I don't know. This is a rambly talk before I've had my breakfast, but I am full of burgers. How do you feel about this?
Yeah, Asperger's.
How do you feel about gaming? How do you feel about the fact that Phil Spencer absolutely deserves nothing? Tell me your thoughts in the comments down below. And do you think we're actually going to get a new Xbox? Because I know the reports say that it's almost done.
We're going to get a fucking PC that technically is an Xbox, but not really.
But at this point, I just genuinely cannot imagine the next Xbox is... It's not going to be on store shelves. If they release it, it's going to be like the Steam Deck, something you buy through their launcher. I just can't imagine a physical Xbox on store shelves ever again.
No more Raymond videos? Why is that? It's so Jover, though, dude. Oh my god, guys, don't buy Madden! Holy shit, no way. Thanks, ass blasted Alejandro. I never would have guessed. I don't know. I feel like we should have to watch Raymond because if I have to suffer playing Resident Evil 4, it seems like the only thing I could do. Angry Joe fell off a long time ago to me. I never watched him. I never liked him. Here, we'll watch this. Switch to 1 month later.
So it has been a...
That guy will turn you gay? I don't think so, man. I'm not attracted to him. Or any man, by the way, just to clear it up.
Around 1 month since the Nintendo Switch 2 has released, as you can tell by your subscription feeds with the Nintendo Switch 2 1 month later videos that have been popping up. And obviously, I have a lot of things I would like to say about the system. I have definitely played it quite a bit more now than I did with my initial video on it. So I feel like
RE4 living rent-free? I mean, it's almost like I just finished playing it like an hour or so ago, but... yeah, rent-free, baby.
Do have some updates to give you guys, looking at all the various facets of it, the hardware, the software, and of course the odds and ends. So if you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. Without any further ado, let's talk about my thoughts on the system roughly 1 month after the initial release of it. So we'll start off with the hardware side of things, just looking at the system.
Dude, chat was unironically trying to pull a humiliation ritual with the RE4 shit. What do you mean?
From the perspective of the hardware, how it feels in your hand when playing in portable mode, and honestly, I think it's a pretty quality built system as far as how it feels in your hands. I do like the new Joy-Con mechanic with them being magnetic. I think that's actually a big improvement over the rail system. You get a very satisfying click when you put the Joy-Cons and attach them to the system via the magnetic system that is now available on it. I really sort of enjoy that. I do wish that the system...
Eventually, I could beat RE4. Am I going to? Absolutely not.
Had a texture for the back of the Joy-Con. That was something I said in my initial video because I do feel like if you get sweaty or clammy hands, kind of like I do from time to time, because I don't know, I'm a greasy Italian, like it can be a little bit like worrisome, like, oh, this might slip out of my hand. So, you know, you kind of got to buy a third-party accessory to add a grip to the Switch 2's Joy-Cons. But beyond that, I think the Joy-Cons are really nice. As far as the screen is concerned in portable mode, personally, I think it's pretty solid. I know there's been a lot of information circulating out there about things that this is a lower-end quality screen, according to Digital Foundry, based on different things that they ran tests on and stuff like that. And I'm not necessarily doubting that, but it's kind of one of those things where it's like practicality. I'm not comparing this directly to a Steam Deck OLED because I have a Steam Deck OLED right next to me. As far as it on its own, I think it is serviceable. The ghosting issue, though, does seem to be a problem that more people are starting to notice with things like 2D games on the system. Once again, personally, I really don't see all that much, but it could just be my eyes. My eyes aren't trained to look for things like that, although I have been dealing with ghosting since the original Game Boy, which had a ton of ghosting on it. I guess when it comes down to the screen, like for the vast majority of people, it's fine. They're not going to notice the quirks that more technological people are going to notice. As far as the screen blurring itself is concerned and the ghosting that seems to be an issue, this is something that can be tinkered with via a firmware update for the system. I made a video last week with MVG talking about that since, I mean, he's a developer and he would kind of notice this stuff. So make sure you check out that video if you haven't yet. The battery of the system in handheld mode, it's okay. You know, I don't see a huge difference versus the Switch 1. I don't think that the battery is necessarily better. I know Nintendo says you should get 2.5 to 6.5 hours of battery life, but 6.5 is probably an...
Dude, Dreamcast guy jerks off to Resident Evil 4. He talks, I beat it on the hardest difficulty 85 times. I can beat it blindfolded. Like, he jerks off to that game. So, yeah, he probably could beat it easily.
Airplane mode with the brightness all the way down, and that's not really a practical thing. Also, software that you play on here will also impact the battery life. So I did make a video talking about some tips and tricks to maximize your battery, but that is also something that I feel is a bit lacking with this. You know, it is fine comparative to other handhelds on the market, but I do wish that the battery itself was a little bit better. And of course, you have all the kind of quirky issues where you have to reset the battery and stuff like that. Like, that shouldn't have been a thing. That should have been something that was noticed immediately, and hopefully a subsequent firmware update for the system can indeed fix that. Now, when it comes to dock mode, I would say dock mode is fantastic on this system. I have been thoroughly enjoying playing my Switch 2 in dock mode, which is a stark contrast from what I was like with the Switch 1. I would say say my Switch 1 usage was 90% handheld mode, like 10% docked mode. Really, the only time I used docked mode was when I was actually having to record footage for video reviews of certain games. But with the Switch 2, I have definitely been playing in docked mode quite a bit more. I would say the split is like 75% docked mode, 25% handheld mode. Now, HDR does seem to be a bit dodgy for some people. There have been some videos that have been made in which people are giving tips and tricks on how to sort of fix your HDR thing. I haven't had any of these issues. I have played this on two different one monitor and one television, an LG CX television and my new Dell monitor that I picked up around the release of the Switch 2, and I haven't had to adjust any of the HDR settings or mess with anything. Everything has looked exactly how it should, not all sort of like blown out like some people are showing. 120 Hertz mode, though, is something that I have encountered some issues with on both my monitor and my television as well, where the system will try to run a game in 120 Hertz or 120 frames per second mode when it shouldn't be doing that because the game isn't offering that. That was kind of my situation with Street Fighter, essentially making a performance and a quality mode without asking me if I wanted to do that. So that's something I do hope gets fixed. I do feel like there are people out there that are probably encountering issues with 120 Hertz mode to where it's trying to do it at that refresh rate when it shouldn't be doing it, because both, like I said, my monitor and my television both had this situation. I do think there are a ton of
I don't use HDR or high. I don't know if I have high refresh mode on or not, or I don't even fucking know. I haven't messed with the settings on my Switch 2 other than to turn off HDR, but aside from that, you know, everything's been fine for me.
Of improvements on the hardware side of things, though, when it comes to things like menu navigation, the overall speed. I like the mouse as well. I definitely think the mouse is something that needs to be utilized a bit more. A Mario Paint game can obviously do something like that to sort of beef up mouse usage, but I think that's something I'm looking forward to. I love how snappy the eShop is. I like things like game chat as well. I think it works very well. Like, it honestly works way better than it should on the...
Why would I turn it off? Because it messes with your capture card. So if you have an HDR image coming out of your console and it passes through your capture card and then gets piped into OBS, because OBS is not a, HDR display, it fucks up, so, yeah.
Voice side of things, video is still kind of dodgy. You don't really get the best picture in the world, and when you share your screen, well, you're sharing like a 15 frame per second game, so I don't know, it's kind of weird that they even threw that in, but I guess it is kind of better than nothing. But the voice quality is definitely awesome, and I definitely really enjoy using it, as does everyone that I actually use it with. So on the hardware side of things, I know some of these things sound kind of negative overall, but overall I do like the hardware. I just think there are some issues that need to be ironed out in subsequent firmware updates for the system, which I do think Nintendo will take a look at to sort of give you different options with the system, you know, maybe like a better battery life mode, maybe something that makes the system run a little bit higher so that you don't have things like the ghosting issue on certain things. Give the consumer more options like you do when it comes to all the different video options that you have at your disposal with the Switch 2. Now, talking about the software side of things, here's where things get a little bit interesting with it. Obviously, the big launch title was Mario Kart World, and I have actually been thoroughly enjoying Mario Kart World. I'm one of those weirdos. I think the open world stuff is fun. Like, I like driving around looking for key blocks, doing the little missions and stuff like that. It's not something I'm going to play for hours and hours on end, but I might play it for 30 minutes or so and then hop into a knockout tour. Knockout tour is by far my favorite mode in the game as well, and it's something that I've been playing a ton. I actually recently did a birthday stream where we played knockout tour together, and I won 2 of the races. Do you know how many races in knockout tour Spawn Wave has won total since the game came out? 1. He's a scrub. I am your daddy when it comes to knockout tour. But I definitely think Mario Kart World is very fun. I do know that people are upset with the removal of the traditional 3-lap race when it comes to online stuff. Could that be something Nintendo fixes down the road? Who's to say, but it definitely is a very good looking and a very well playing game. There's been some solid third-party ports as well. Games like Cyberpunk 2077 and Street Fighter 6 definitely come to mind. It looks like the
Call of Juarez is a really good shooter. That game, like, I never heard of it. I think I got it on sale for like $3 at one point, and that game was actually really fun.
The system is about where we thought it was going to be in terms of the performance of what you could expect from games. Kind of in between the PS4 and the current generation of the PS5. Some instances are going to be better than other instances. Some games are going to look and run better than other games are on the system. I'm sure you'll end up seeing some games that are almost PS5 and Xbox Series X quality, but I do feel like those are going to be a bit fewer and far between as far as when you're going to see things like that. You gotta remember, there were some very visually impressive Switch 1 games. It all really comes down to the amount of time that a developer wants to put into the game, and of course, how much they want to exuberate effort in order to make the game look and run as well as possible. Some games are definitely benefiting from DLSS, which isn't something that has been fully utilized, I feel, with the Nintendo Switch 2. Taking a look at a game like Street Fighter 6, we know that the version of Street Fighter 6 on the Nintendo Switch 2 is looking and running, for the most part, I should say, better than the Xbox Series S version. Character models definitely look better than they do on the Xbox Series S, along with things like backgrounds. Now, there is the World Tour mode, which only runs at 30 frames on the Switch 2, which runs at 60 on the Xbox Series S. But then again, I'm kind of like, well, where's the performance or quality mode? Like, why did Capcom not put that in this version of the game, but they put it on every other version of the game? It seems very weird, because I do feel like a performance mode would have alleviated that issue and allowed for a 60 frames per second in World Tour mode, but I don't really like World Tour mode anyways. I'm here to fight people, not do some kind of weird story. The cool thing about the DLSS, though, is that the DLSS that we have available today isn't necessarily the DLSS
Damn, bro, look at that. God damn.
We'll have in the future with this system. DLSS is something that
I may defect to the Chinese
and be updated on the system. So if anything, I think things have the potential to get better as time goes on. Ports and games from third-party developers can really start to utilize DLSS in a way that is not being utilized quite yet, but I do think the results are pretty solid from what we've seen so far with most third-party entries. Now, I will say one of my concerns is that it does feel a bit quiet on the upcoming software lineup, though, for the rest of 2025 when it comes to larger first and third-party games.
Play Street Fighter 6. I'm not good at fighting games. It's too late for me to learn them.
It definitely seems like a lot of third-party developers are kind of holding back a bit. It seems like all of the third-party games that we know about are things that we learned about during the April Nintendo Direct for the Nintendo Switch 2. There really hasn't been many games that have been announced since then. The only one that comes to mind is like a new Disgaea game that is coming to the Switch 2. That's like a complete edition or something like that. But kind of for the most part, it just seems like they're just reiterating the games that we already know about. There are rumors that there were some, potential questionable things done with dev kits as far as the distribution of them. A lot of indie developers have reported that they still do not have a dev kit for the Nintendo Switch 2, which I kind of understand. You have to prioritize things, but as time goes along, you don't want to get behind the 8 ball with this. You don't want to have a bunch of late ports because companies don't have access to dev kits for the Nintendo Switch 2. Even on the first party side of things, what is the big holiday game for 2025? This is your first year on the market. You would imagine that there would be a large holiday game to coincide with the yearly celebration of the Nintendo Switch 2. Metroid Prime 4 looks great, but I don't think that's the holiday game. Kirby Air Riders, is that...
It'll be Mario something, because isn't it the 40th anniversary of Mario this year? So I would imagine it's going to be something related to Mario. Probably another HD collection, or maybe they'll do a Hail Mary, slam dunk, like new 3D Mario announced, and it comes out in a month. Who knows? I don't know, man.
Hitting like Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment. That's technically a second-party game, I guess. You have the Pokemon Legends game, but that's kind of being done by the Pokemon Company, and Pokemon does what they want to do. I would definitely like to see another game announced, and obviously a Nintendo Direct can cure a lot of these issues. You might remember when the Switch 1 initially came out, it was a very similar sort of thing where we didn't really learn about many bigger first and third-party titles until we got our June Direct. Now that system came out in March. A July or August Direct can definitely alleviate that. If we have to wait till September, though, I'm not quite sure you're going to see a big first-party announcement for holiday of 2025, unless it's a remake or a remaster.
U generation with the 2, what's better, RE4 or RE6? Probably 6. It's more updated.
Backward compatibility has been an absolute delight on this system, though, and has been something that I think has been criminally underrated by a lot.
Bro, Arkham Knight looks blurry as fuck. Damn.
Of people when it comes to the system. It obviously was a bit challenging. There are still a few isolated issues with certain games because it does appear to be an emulation-based sort of a backwards compatibility. But seeing these updates for games that don't require an update, like they just work as they were intended to work initially, games that struggle to run at 30 frames per second now locked at 30 frames per second. Games that struggle to run at 60 frames per second now run at 60 frames per second. That has been a real fun aspect of the system and actually has me dipping back into my Switch 1 library quite a bit. I do hope that more developers issue updates for their older games that just remove the capped frame rate so that the system can do its own sort of thing in order to make the games run at 60 frames per second, because I think that would be really cool and would really be something that, would encourage people to explore the back catalog of Switch 1 games and could even lead to some potential future sales. As far as the new edition on Nintendo Switch Online, I think the GameCube shows a lot of promise. Obviously, there are a couple things that people aren't quite loving with it that need to be ironed out. Watch MVG's video on it. He was definitely a lot harder than me. I don't know. I've been playing the games and I haven't really noticed any issues, but MVG seemed to notice a lot of issues. But once again, the N64 had issues when it first came out that were updated in various updates for the online stuff when it comes to NSO. So hopefully we will see that as well with the Nintendo Switch 2. I will say the GameCube controller is very nice. I made a video going over that. I've been having a lot of fun, but we got to iron out some of these online issues. When you're playing with 4 people on a GameCube game, sometimes you just get these weird lag spikes and it's like, nobody is doing anything different. We're all on a wired connection. Please make this work properly. And then, of course, you have the odds and ends of the situation, such as the price point of the system. $450 for the Mario Kart World Bundle, which will not be long for this world, and $500 for the Mario Kart World Bundle, $450 for the vanilla system, but the Mario Kart World Bundle is allegedly going away this fall. Doesn't seem like price has really been a deterrent for a lot of people quite yet. The system has been selling very well in most regions.
Yeah, it's not even that expensive. That's the thing. $500 for a console is standard at this point.
Seeing record-breaking sales, but I am curious to see kind of 6 months from now how everything has been playing out. Will the adoption rate continue to be higher than in previous system entries from all companies, or will it start to cool off a bit based on economic issues? Game key cards are obviously making a lot of noise online, but you gotta kind of see how they continue to sell over time. Obviously, a lot of the games that came out alongside of the launch of the Nintendo Switch 2 that were third-party games that utilized game key cards were indeed much older games, so I'm not quite sure how many units these companies were expecting to sell when some of these games have been on the marketplace for a couple of years by the time the Switch 2 came out. When it comes to newer third-party games, though, that's something that's going to be a bit more interesting to kind of see the split, especially if it's a game that releases on the PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo Switch 2. What are the margins? What is the split between the 3 systems as far as how consumers are purchasing these games? But I also don't necessarily expect Nintendo to pivot off of game key cards because I'm not really sure that there's like a justifiable thing that they can do that would be easy enough to make everyone happy. The 64 gig cartridge seems to be here. I guess lowering the price of it as time goes on can make it more attractive for a lot of developers, but many developers don't want to utilize 64 gigabytes because their games are bigger than that. I will say the $80 price point for first-party Nintendo Switch 2 games should be used very, very sparingly. I do understand a game like Mario Kart World that has massive appeal, maybe a first-party Zelda game, maybe a first-party Mario game or something like that, but everything else I think should be at the $70 price point. When you look at the economy and you look at things that are going on, people aren't spending as much as they usually are because everything else...
Well, now Nintendo said that they're basically doubling down on AA games. So I don't even think they're going to be a full $70. I think we're going to start seeing $50 and $60 games from Nintendo again. Because they said basically they're adjusting their strategy to hire more people to continue to make games that they've always made in the way that they've always been made. And then on top of that, they're planning on making games that have less development time and lower budgets, which means AA games. So, I think that's good, personally. You know, I'd rather have more games that are just gameplay focused, not obsessed with graphics or open worlds and that type of shit. But I guess time will tell.
Is very expensive. Now, tariffs are something that, of course, have infiltrated the video game discussion landscape, even though they've always been around and stuff like that. But I do think that selling 2 copies of something at $70 versus selling 1 copy of something at $80 is a smarter business decision. You know, I would rather make $140 in net profit than I would $80, and I think any company would do that. Obviously, consumers are going to somewhat dictate that as well, but
Metroid is the worst. It's not the worst, but it's not great.
You do know that the diehard Nintendo fanbase will buy anything at any price point if Mario or Nintendo's logo is on there. Of course, like I alluded to just a moment ago, you have to look at potential price increases due to the blanket term of world economic conditions that companies like to use in order to raise things during generations. We just saw the Switch 1 get a price increase in Canada. That's crazy. Like, all that stuff is very interesting. So it's a volatile market right now that hopefully will iron itself out so that these companies don't have these excuses to use, because really, yes, I'm sure it plays a role, but really at the end of the day, it's about appeasing your wallet and about appeasing shareholders. Overall, though, I have definitely enjoyed my time this previous month with the Nintendo Switch 2. I think it's a really good system. I think the future for it is very bright. I think there are a lot of things that make it a very superior system to the original one. The fact that, you know, it actually plays games that look like they belong, you know, in the current generation. You're not sacrificing things like heavy visual fidelity issues or heavy frame rate issues and stuff like that. And that's going to be something that can be tinkered.
Yeah, it's a more powerful Switch, which is what everybody wanted until it actually got announced. And then somehow it wasn't good enough.
With as time goes on with things like DLSS and the upscaling techniques. I do think there are some quirks that need to be ironed out. I am hopeful that Nintendo will address these things via various firmware updates, but overall, it's a very solid system. I wouldn't say it was perfect or anything like that, because there definitely are some things that bother me, but for the most part, I have been enjoying my time with the system, and I think the future is very bright. I just hope Nintendo doesn't lose sight and lose, you know, their course. I feel like this is a very weird time right now for the video game industry with how PlayStation and Xbox are handling things, and I just hope that Nintendo, you know, steers the course, you know, does what they do and does what they do best. It's just, you know, make games that are fun, make games that don't have elongated life cycles. Of course, you can have some longer ones, but quicker turnaround time, beefing up your lineup is definitely something that is going to benefit the Nintendo Switch 2, and hopefully we start to see the fruits of those labors. So let me know in the comment section down below. Have you picked up a Switch 2 yet? If so, what are your thoughts on it? Are you happy with it? Do you think it sucks? There is no right or wrong answer. People are going to like what they like, and they're going to dislike what they dislike. And as always, guys, thank you for checking out this video. If you are new to the channel, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Be sure to like, comment, and share. Hit the bell as well.
I am no longer interested in supporting corporate shareholder greed. Oh my god, bro. What type of retard? So you don't shop at grocery stores, you don't... Oh, you pay for internet. Okay, you're supporting corporate greed. I hope you don't pay your power bill too, man. You're supporting corporate greed. Jesus Christ, man. It's just like so corny. I'm making a statement. Alright, there you go, buddy. Away from the chair. Rather play a game that looks like GTA 5 over Mario cartoon crap? Yeah, no thank you. Everybody else is making pseudo-realistic looking games. Nintendo's the only one left that still makes soulful video games. So yeah, no thanks. I don't buy a Switch for realism simulators. Alright, I gotta go take a piss real quick, guys. I'll be back. Give me 1 minute. Alright, I'm back. Damn, man. I've been chugging water tonight, so... I had to pee, dude. Let's see.
Every single Xenoblade game produced thus far had a Switch version, from the 2 new titles in Xenoblade 2 and 3 to the remasters of Xenoblade 1 and Xenoblade X. And that's not even counting the additional side stories of Torna the Golden Country, Future Connected, and Future Redeemed. Heck, Torna even had its own physical release, meaning that if you bought physical copies of every Xenoblade title released on Switch, you're up to 5 games at this point. Now, I adore the Xenoblade series. I have ever since I picked up the first game on a whim in the final days of the Wii, and I haven't looked back since. That first game was a technical marvel. A generation later, and Xenoblade X's only competition on Wii U in terms of scale was The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. But on Switch, something happened. We went from Xenoblade X running at a locked 720p on Wii U, to Xenoblade 2 and 3 averaging about 540p docked, with drops below that. Handheld barely managed to scrape out...
Yeah, dude, Xenoblade 2 runs like absolute dog shit.
480p with plenty of drops down to 360p. With the exception of Xenoblade X Definitive Edition, which ran at or near 1080p docked and 720p handheld, the rest of the Xenoblade series fell well short of not only Xenoblade X on Switch, but the Wii U version as well. And when played handheld, they regularly ran at a lower resolution than the very first game had on the original Wii. In fact, Xenoblade 2 on Switch was occasionally a match for Xenoblade 1 running on the 3DS. Outside of Xenoblade X, image quality has been a problem for this series on Switch. So naturally the question is...
Yeah, whenever you took waifu screenshots, man, they were super blurry.
Can Switch 2 help? There is no official Switch 2 update, so how far can backwards compatibility take us on these extremely demanding games? Well, I went back to each of these titles and tested them out anew to get some fresh resolution counts so that we can find out the state of Xenoblade on Switch 2. Let's get the outlier out of the way first. Xenoblade X is, as I said, the one Switch Xenoblade title that doesn't struggle with image quality. On Switch, it utilized dynamic resolution.
I still need to play this.
But spent most of its time at or around its target of 1080p docked, 720p handheld, with an additional pass of FXAA anti-aliasing. Naturally, on Switch 2, it simply maxes out both...
Watch Raymond? Maybe. If he has a video that's worth watching, maybe.
Of those dynamic resolution windows and is now locked to those numbers while maintaining its original 30 frames per second. A patch to get it up into the 4K range or running at a higher frame rate would be great, but as is, Xenoblade X looks great. But now let's jump back to the first Xenoblade to have released on Switch.
Damn, bro, those Pyra booty shorts are wild.
Which, way back in its launch year of 2017. Xenoblade 2 is very clearly a game built before the Switch specs had really been set in stone. Rumor is that Monolith was basing their expectations for the Switch on the specs for Sony's PlayStation 4, and really had to push to get Xenoblade 2 running on what the Switch wound up being. The game is making use of incredibly high-quality character models, materials, post-processing, and even a real-time volumetric sea of clouds. It is wild to see this in a Year 1 Switch game, but as a result, the game had notoriously low resolution and the frame rate wasn't the most consistent. As expected, the Switch 2 clears up the frame rate no problem, and maxes out the resolution in docked and handheld mode, but what exactly is the resolution window on this game? It's always been somewhat hard to tell because it constantly drops resolution. Well, on Switch 2, Xenoblade 2 runs at 720p docked and 576p handheld. Both of these are treated with a temporal form of anti-aliasing, and then treated with a sharp...
Look at those fucking pixels around the character models.
...filter. The final image, though an improvement over Switch 1, remains very degraded by that sharpening filter. I do think docked manages to look alright, but handheld is still pretty rough. Given what this game is trying to do, running it at a higher resolution and removing the sharpening filter would be transformative, and it would likely hold up as...
Bro, I played this shit in handheld, and it was like nauseating to look at times.
It's a native Switch 2 title. The story for its expansion, Torna the Golden Country, is the same, 720p docked, 576p handheld. Though to my eye, the sharpening doesn't seem quite as aggressive, perhaps giving Torna a slight edge over the base game in terms of image quality. After Xenoblade 2 and Torna came a remaster of Xenoblade 1. While characters and material work were all updated...
Bro, this song is so nostalgic for whatever reason.
From the original Wii release, the game's Switch performance played...
Like, I didn't even play this game when I was, like, young or anything. I think it was, like, 20.
...it near or occasionally even...
Yeah, literally 20.
...below the resolution of...
It came out in 2017, right? Xenoblade 2? I don't know why I'm like super nostalgic for that song.
The original, so perhaps there's a reason Nintendo chose to call it Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition and not Xenoblade Chronicles HD. The resolution spread was similar to Xenoblade 2, though anecdotally, it seems like it never quite hit the lows of Xenoblade 2, especially in handheld mode. On Switch 2, Xenoblade 1, like Xenoblade 2, now runs at 720p docked, 576p handheld with temporal anti-aliasing. Unlike Xenoblade 2, it does not use that aggressive sharpening filter, resulting in a much cleaner looking image. Its new content, Future Connected, matches those same metrics, and of course the frame rate is now perfectly locked to 30 frames per second, though frame rate was never as big of a problem for this one as it was for Xenoblade 2. Xenoblade 3 seems to have learned a lot from Xenoblade 2. The raw technical ambitions are reined in somewhat with an adjusted art style. The resolution is still low, averaging 540p docked on Switch 1, but it does tend to stay right around that number rather than fluctuating wildly as Xenoblade 2 had done. Image treatment has also been upgraded with a temporal upscaling solution that resolves a cleaner image.
Yeah, Xenoblade 2 does have a really good soundtrack. This song is just like, I would say the quintessential, like, fantasy, open world soundtrack. Like, it just, everything about that song just screams, like, fantasy, exploration, I don't know. It's really good. I love that particular song. It's so, I don't know. It's like almost nostalgic, but it's not even like I played it as a kid, but
image than either Xenoblade 1 or 2. It is a visually more stable game, even if the resolution leaves plenty to be desired. On Switch 2, the dock resolution is boosted to the expected 720 and locked in place, but handheld shows a peculiarity compared to the other two games. It maxes out at 480p rather than 576p. This appears to simply be a change in the dynamic resolution setup for handheld mode. Now, to some degree, it actually makes more sense than 576p, as 480p represents the same resolution scale relative to 720p as 720p does relative to 1080p, so the handheld resolution is scaled in line with the docked resolution. Still, it means that compared to Xenoblade 1 and 2, Xenoblade 3 currently has the worst resolution when played handheld on a Switch 2.
Which is exactly how I would play it.
Its expansion, Future Redeemed, operates with the same metrics. The Xenoblade series as a whole, with perhaps the exception of Xenoblade X, is in an awkward spot on Switch 2. Objectively, both image quality and performance are improved, but because no official update patch has been released, all of these games are still subservient to their original dynamic resolution windows. Now, in fairness, we have seen evidence buried in the code to suggest the possibility of a 60 FPS mode in Xenoblade X. This may imply that plans are already in motion to provide Switch 2 enhancements for at least that title. As Xenoblade X is the game least in need of the update, I have to assume those plans would also extend to the other three. These games are beautifully crafted in terms of visual design. With
it's called Torgoth Knight from Xenoblade 2.
Xenoblade 2 specifically, pushing techniques well beyond what was done elsewhere in the series. Switch 2 could finally let us see these games the way their developers at Monolith likely always wanted them to be seen. In the meantime, if you're looking to revisit or play these titles for the first time on Switch 2, I'd recommend sticking to docked mode. The locked 720p isn't awful, and is certainly better than when we played these games originally, but handheld mode remains rough, especially in Xenoblade 3 with its lower max resolution, and Xenoblade 2 with its sharpening filter. That being said, Xenoblade X is fine. Maybe everybody should just play Xenoblade X. It's really good. But that's all I've got for today. If you enjoyed this video, consider giving it a like and maybe subscribing to Nintendo World Report TV. You can find a whole lot more on NintendoWorldReport.com, and if you'd like to chat with us about this or anything else Nintendo related, you can find a link to our Discord in
Who listens to this? Why people?
The description. My name is John Reardon, thank you very much for watching, and I will see you next time.
Sorry it doesn't have enough fucking urban beats for your, pea-sized brain.
Video was made possible by our generous supporters on Patreon. Check out patreon.com/NWR for all the details.
Yeah, I need that Yasuke beat, exactly. Yeah, if I can't feel them 808s in my bones, then is it really music? Shieet. If it don't knock the bones out they chicken, is it actually music? Pokemon XD shouldn't exist. Oh my god, bro, why shouldn't it exist? I'm not gonna click on it. This is a problem. Yeah, fat women. Oops. My son is gutted. Pokemon save data lost forever. Yeah, join the club, man. Imagine what would happen if your Game Boy battery in the cartridge went out. Yeah, welcome to the real world, bitch. That shit happens. That happened to me on Pokemon Yellow. I got all the way to, like, the end of the game. I was in Victory Road, and my save battery went out in my copy of Pokemon Yellow I got. And, yeah. Deleted, gone forever. But it didn't deter me. I just kept trucking, dude. I bought another copy, and I eventually beat it, so. Yep. That's a classic experience for all young Pokemon players. But I guess not as much anymore now. But yeah, back in the day, that was a widespread issue. Back in my day. I just put on that Xenoblade song and it's good. I know, it's great. Xenoblade is a cool series. I've only ever played 2. I should finish it at some point. But I just gotta get in the mood of grinding. Griffin, you're gonna play Death Stranding. Is that Death Stranding 2 or Dark Souls? No, I'm not playing Death Stranding 2. Oh, I'm playing this right now. Hell yeah, dude. Bravely Default. Watch what, PK? Brave and Stunning? That's right. Click Pokemon Cart 64? I didn't even see that. The fuck? I don't see anything. Yo, what the fuck? Game hunting in the Washington, D.C. area. That's where I live. Hold on, let's just see. I want to see if he goes to the place I go. I'm not watching this, but... Oh, yep, there he is.
Oh, Katamari Forever. That's a cool game. I like that they do that, so if you need extra 360 EPF, you have hand and then looking it up. So it's kind of, you kind of go in and be like, what game? Well, you even have Super Famicom, so they have put up in here. Like, I don't know which.
Oh, no.
You know,
is this it? Yeah, this is it. Okay. Yeah, this is the game store I go to.
Actually. But it's one of those things where, like, I don't know which you have hand and then looking it up. So it's kind of, you kind of go in and be like, what games do I need? I will type it up in here and see if it exists within stock. This aisle, we have a lot of Super Nintendo.
They just have bins and bins and bins of shit, man. It's huge.
Oh, we even have Super Famicom. So they have, obviously, Japanese stuff imports. We're spoiled. We don't really do that, but they've got it there if you want it. The problem is, I can't, again, because you don't know what the prices are, they want you to go investigate everything, which I'm really lazy. Yeah, but you know,
Yeah.
lots of PS3 stuff, PS4 stuff, PS1, PS2, etc.
Yep, I've dug through those PS4 bins many times.
And more of these types of things. Like I said, a lot of
I haven't been in like a few months, so I'm not in it. But yeah, no, it's a really cool store. It's called Starland. You should definitely. I mean, I don't know how many of y'all are in the DC area, but it's in Chantilly, and it's pretty nice. So, I've been there quite a few times.
a lot of third-party peripherals that they sell here. Like that.
The only problem is that when you go to check out, their fucking checkout system takes forever.
That's kind of cool. Replacement shells for PSP games in case you have a need of that. So in this section, we have tons of Xbox content.
Yep, 360 section I raped.
And again, 360, Xbox.
Of course, just hyperbole.
One, Series X, OG. Again, more replacement parts, though. You've got, like, reproduction cases for Game Boy Advances, Game Boy cases, I think, literally.
When the Xbox 360 craze was going on, I went in and bought every single fucking non-back compat game I could find.
That's actually pretty cool. But yeah, this section is just a combination of that, along with a lot of Xbox content. Keep in mind, these are all like resealed items. None of this is originally sealed, so be aware.
Well, some of it is sealed, but... Yeah.
In case that matters to you. Look, Race Pro. I don't remember this game at all. It just caught my attention, probably because I don't recognize it. Anywho, 360 again over there, and more OG Xbox. More third-party power supplies, third-party controllers, etc. So here we have more of my stuff. We got some Sega CD. We've got.
But yeah, this is a really cool store. If you ever in the DC area, look it up. It's well worth going to. Their prices are pretty reasonable too. I didn't think they were like crazy high or anything. Video game. Yeah, well, Starland is a big online retailer, so they take online trade-ins. So they have a shit ton of inventory constantly coming in because they're one of the biggest like trade-in sites on the internet for video games. That's just their brick and mortar location, and it's like basically a big warehouse building. The only problem is all the Switch stuff is behind a display, so you can't actually, like, look at it, which kind of sucks. X Hamsters? Yeah, I bet you like that shit. Cringe. I've never actually been on X Hamster. A tour of my gaming shelf. Oh my god. Ooh. Give me all your 360 games for a price. You want a nice gamer girl? Well, that's too damn bad, bro. That is too damn bad. Griffin is literally cloud. Oh, yeah, dude. Literally me for real, dude. Oh, my God. Is this just another bitching about fucking game prices video? Looks like it. 10 Switch JRPGs so good you'll regret missing them. All right.
With the Switch 2 on the horizon, presumably set to release later this year, of a Nintendo JRPGs of all time, and that's Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition. Now, just a little
I need to play this. I have it.
bit of context. I find it hilarious that Nintendo didn't even Certainly the most popular and best-selling is Fire Emblem
I don't like Three Houses.
Three Houses. Now here, the game takes place in a school setting. It's kind of Persona-inspired, which I'll
cringe
touch on in a little bit. And your character is an instructor. At the beginning, you're given the choice between one of three houses to lead and teach to. And depending on which one you choose, there's wildly different stories and different characters that you'll be able to use. This really encourages replayability to see all the different stories because they are very different. And there's also a rich cast of characters with well-developed personalities and backstories. And there's lots of different ways you can get to know your characters, not just on the battlefield and in class, but you can have food with them, you can have a little tea party with them, just lots of different ways that you
can groom your favorite high school students.
Can interact with these characters and get to know them in deeper ways, so when the time comes to get on the battlefield, you feel
much deeper,
much more invested.
Don't you fuck like your favorite student? Isn't that like the plot line? You like hook up with your student at the end of the game? Or like after the time skip? I don't know. I played like 10 hours of it and stopped. I didn't really like it that much. The school shit really turned me off
in all your characters. And like I said earlier, it is kind of Persona inspired because the game sort of works on a calendar system where you're on this campus, you're walking around, you do activities, that takes up time. You can then bond with these characters, you can train them up, you can level up stats. It's just a really addictive loop. Not to mention a really gorgeous anime style presentation and an outstanding soundtrack. And of course, the thing about every Fire Emblem game is its deep tactical gameplay with engaging turn-based strategy battles. Now, of course, it is still turn-based combat on a grid-based map, but here they added something called battalions. Basically, these are like little squads that you can equip on each of your characters. So whenever they attack an enemy, it seems like they've got like a squad with them and they do big damage. Overall though,
you can RP as EDP. I don't have to RP, bro. I live that shit every single day of my life.
I felt like the combat was a little easy compared to past Fire Emblem games, and maybe that's for the best because this seems like the entry point for Fire Emblem and the one that most people played. But for those that want to up the difficulty, you could turn on permadeath, make it much harder, so there are ways to make it more challenging. But if you ever wanted to try a good strategy RPG, but never got into them because they looked daunting, or you just never played Three Houses for whatever reason, definitely give it a try. Now, speaking of things that are 10 out of 10, let me tell you about today's sponsor, Factor. Factor and free is one JRPG charming and will put a smile on your face the entire time you're playing it. It's a blend of classic Mario characters with JRPG.
Yeah, I still haven't played this. I have it.
Mechanics. You'll be running around with Mario, jumping on guys, but then you're doing turn-based combat. It's really, really cool. And it has this very like whimsical, lighthearted feel to it because it's not like, oh, you're on this big adventure and it's like the end of the world. It's very lighthearted with the music, with the tone, with everything you're doing. And what's cool is you actually team up with Bowser to defeat a foe that's overtaken his castle. And outside of familiar characters you would know from other Mario games, there's memorable party members unique to this game, like fan favorites Geno and Mallow. And it's just a cool way to interact with and explore the Mushroom Kingdom. Like you can go to these different zones, run around, talk to characters. Of course, you do have the ability to jump, you get the question blocks, familiar Mario enemies, and of course, new ones. Now, people really praise this turn-based combat system, and it's kind of the one that sort of popularized this sort of like timing-based combat system. Essentially, when you attack, you have to time a button press just at the right time for extra damage, and then when you're about to get hit, if you time it at the right time, you'll get reduced damage. And there's so many cool, unique environments with creative enemy designs that make every area exciting. And this remake is gorgeous. Like, it is not a remaster, this is a ground-up remake, and it's done so well. There's so many good quality of life features, like being able to kind of fast travel and explore the map a lot easier. It looks great, it runs great, it sounds great. Like, man, this has an amazing soundtrack. Sometimes you play a game and I'm gonna listen to a podcast or I'm not gonna have the sound on. This is a game where you need to listen to the music because if you don't, it's a totally different experience. And the other thing that I like as a busy adult is that it's relatively short, only like 12-ish hours, so it's not gonna take up a ton of your time. This is genuinely one of the best JRPGs of all time, starring one of the greatest video game characters of all time. And if you have...
Wasn't this game made by Square back in the day? I believe so, right?
Haven't played it, you really, really need to. Now, one of the best action JRPGs of the last...
So technically it qualifies as Square Enix slop, so... Yeah, I need to play Ys 8 as well.
Last decade, and the game that broke...
That's another one I have on my list.
Ys out of obscurity is Ys 8 Lacrimosa of Dana. Now, when you begin the game, you're on a cruise ship, but very quickly it shipwrecks on a mysterious island, and so your mission is to find all the missing passengers and unravel the mysteries of this island. It's just so fun to explore. The game is very snappy, very quick, very arcadey, really intuitive combat, and it just feels immediately fun. Now, it started with Ys 7, but I feel like it popularized it here in Ys 8, where you have 3 characters and you can kind of swap between them on the fly, and each character has a particular way of attacking, and certain enemies are weak to these ways of attacking, so you're constantly having to swap your different characters. It just...
Griffin will buy it, play a few hours, never touched it. That's how it goes, man.
Feels very fluid, very dynamic, and you're...
That's the life cycle of my gaming nowadays.
always trying to do different things in the game. And I think the thing that people liked most about this game was exploring the island and slowly filling up and building out your camp. I mean, this island is gigantic and there's so much to explore, so many little nooks, and at times there are things that are blocked off and you need a certain number of passengers or castaways to unblock it. So it's really satisfying once you finally get enough castaways to go do that, and then you go to this new area and figure out, okay, what's going on over here? And of course, it has an incredible soundtrack that enhances every moment of gameplay. I mean, Sunshine Coastline that's playing right now is one of the all-time best tracks in any JRPG, and all the boss battle music is epic as well. Not to mention a really cool dual protagonist story. I mean, you play as Adolf for most of this game, but then you're going to meet the enigmatic Donna, and it's really interesting
Adolf
to unravel her mystery and see how she's wrapped up in all of this. And she has a really cool combat system in her own right. If you've never played Ys, this is the perfect entry point and most people's favorite entry, so if you haven't given it a try, you definitely need to. One of the most unexpected masterpieces of the last decade is Nier Automata. Now, the original didn't review or sell very well. It was very clunky. The combat wasn't very good. I think people just didn't give it the chance it deserved.
I like the original Nier better than Automata, but whatever.
Thankfully, it did get a remake later on. And what's really wild is Nier Automata has sold over 9 million copies. This thing is a massive hit for Square Enix. The story is a philosophical and emotionally powerful one that challenges the player's perspectives. You play from the perspective of 3 different androids, 2B, 9S, and A2. And there's a lot of thought-provoking themes of existentialism, identity, and humanity. Like, what does it mean to be a human? And for these different androids, like, what does it mean for themselves to just be alive? At first, it seems like, oh, we're just fighting some robots trying to help out Earth, but then the story becomes something that you're totally not expecting. And the other thing about this game is that it has multiple endings. And I'm not talking about like Kingdom Hearts where you need to complete everything. I'm talking like there's some joke endings where if you go the wrong way, the game ends and you just start over pretty quickly. And then there's sort of different endings like for each character. But the thing I really enjoy about it, and I think a lot of people do as well, is its mix of action RPG combat with sort of like bullet hell mechanics and platforming. Now, the development team on this was Platinum Games, so you're gonna have that signature blistering fast action combat. It's buttery smooth to play, some of the best action combat you can experience out there. But the thing that Yoko Taro, the director for the game, likes to do is have these like odd perspective shifts. Like most of the game is going to be third person behind the shoulder camera, but then every once in a while it's like top down or 2D, or like you're doing these weird hacking mini games with 9S. So there's a lot of unique gameplay scenarios in this game. Not to mention a hauntingly beautiful soundtrack that perfectly complements the game's themes. Almost in every track there's these sort of like ethereal vocals, and it seems like it's in a made-up language, like if they blended French and Japanese or something like that. It's just so beautiful and gorgeous. And it did win Best Soundtrack that year at the Game Awards, fittingly so, because I think this is one of the best JRPG soundtracks or just any video game soundtracks ever made. I'm honestly kind of surprised Square Enix hasn't made a sequel to this game yet. It's been quite a few years.
Yeah, I don't know why Yoko Taro hasn't made another Nier game, but I guess you can't rush it.
But that's perfect for you if you haven't played this game, because you got all the time to play it and it's absolutely worth it.
He should remaster Drakengard.
Now, what can
they should do a Drakengard remastered trilogy. That one would be funny to watch the fucking journos re-over.
I possibly say about Persona?
Although I don't know if they would consider it to be problematic because it's a woman raping men.
Persona 5 Royal that I haven't said in a dozen other videos. It's one of the most stylish and polished turn-based RPGs ever made. Everything's your roughly different ends where you go do an all hack, and to go from something ultra modern to something ultra classic, we have Dragon Quest XI Echoes of an Elusive Age. Now, the story is kind of tropey. You're the chosen one, the luminary who's destined to save.
This is a great game.
The world. You'll explore this massive, gorgeous world, recruiting a ragtag team to help you. And then kind of in the last half of the game, you're collecting MacGuffin. So like it couldn't be more tropey outside of maybe having amnesia. And I also think it has one of the best parties in any JRPG. They're just so diverse.
Other than that flaming homo.
They're so unique. They have such strong personality.
I fucking hate Sylvando.
That leave huge impressions on you. I contributed to an entire collaboration video over on FemTrooper's channel, so I'll leave a link to it if you want to go watch it there. And it has classic turn-based combat. Now, it's nothing to like write home about. It's not amazing. Each character kind of has their own assigned role, whether it be a healer, a warrior, a monk, a mage, something like that. You know, it's kind of simple, but it works. And in this S version, you can speed up the combat to make it go a little bit faster, which is nice.
Yup, I do.
Nice. And it just has this gorgeous 3D world. It's so much fun to explore. Every town was a joy to just walk around, go to every house, get all the different treasure chests before moving on to the story. But here in the S version, you can also play a 16-bit version of the game where you can switch the graphics, which is kind of cool. The S version also has a fully orchestrated soundtrack as opposed to the kind of more MIDI versions of the songs. Lots of quality of life improvements. And there's also
you definitely want the orchestrated music.
So just tons of side content, lots of side quests to take on. There's also the casino, lots of different mini games. There's crafting, and I'll also say this is relatively easy. So if you've been wanting to get into the Dragon Quest games and heard they're kind of grindy, Dragon Quest XI is one of the best entry points because it's
it is very grindy. Holy shit. You have to grind in Dragon Quest XI, especially once you get past the, fake out ending and you get into the second half of the game. Like, you think the game's going to end, and then you get into the fake out, like, after after the final boss type shit, and you have to grind. Like, it's actually very, very hard in the second half.
It's not grindy at all. Fairly easy, almost too easy. But be warned, this is a beefy one. It's a very, very long game. But if you own a Nintendo Switch, it's an absolute must-play. Now, another game I feel like I've been talking a lot about lately and is...
I don't like the art style that much, but the game itself is good because it's a Square Enix RPG.
A love letter to classic 16-bit JRPGs is Chained Echoes. Now, I feel like it has direct nods to games like...
I have this. I haven't played it, though.
Final Fantasy VI, in that you're switching the viewpoints between the different party members, Chrono Trigger in the way that you just initiate combat right on the field, but then it also just does a lot of its own cool new things. The party members are great. They have unique personalities, and once they finally all get together, it's really fun to watch them interact and see their different viewpoints on what's going on. It has gorgeous pixel art, and this is not like trying to be Super Nintendo era specific. This is like, hey, we're in the modern day, let's see if we can do something different with pixel art. Very big character models, very deep.
Yeah, exactly. They didn't make retro boner slop shit. Instead, they actually made a, you know, stylized looking game that doesn't just look old for the sake of being old.
Detailed environments. It's just a joy to explore the environments and see all the different things they did. And each environment feels so alive. Everything's so well animated, so many cool little details. I just can't believe this was basically made by one person. But I think this game's unique selling point is its spin on turn-based combat. You do have 4 party members, and you can swap any of them out mid-fight. There is a speed-up mechanic. You can see the turn order at all times. See, there's all those nice things. But then they have something called the overdrive meter. Basically, there's this meter, and you're kind of always trying to stay right in the middle in that green area because this will give you big buffs in combat, but you don't want to overdo it and be in the red because then that gives the enemy an advantage. And the way you manage that is basically anytime you do an attack, it pushes the meter up. But if you defend or just do a basic attack or use an item, something like that, it'll kind of stay where it is or push it back a little bit. So it's a super cool way to balance the game so you're not just using your strongest moves all the time. And the other thing I liked about this game is it's not really any grinding. It's much more about just getting through the levels because you don't get traditional experience. You have this sort of like skill board. And as you level up, you'll get a certain amount of points that you can spend to put into new skills. And also there is mech combat in this game. So yeah, that's pretty cool. This is easily one of the best indie JRPGs ever made, and you've got to try it. Now, despite selling well and getting a certain amount of praise, I still feel like Unicorn Overlord is really overlooked for how incredible
I have this game. I haven't played it.
It is. It revives an older style of tactical RPGs. It's kind of like Ogre Battle, but has a lot more modern quality of life features. And I feel like the main crux of this game is its engaging battles with a mix of turn-based and real-time mechanics. Basically, when you start the game, you just throw out a certain number of squads, and each squad can have, I think, up to 5 or 6 characters in a squad. And so once the battle starts, everything happens in real time. And so you'll assign actions like,
Sci-fi fantasy is Japanese and it's gay? Then what the fuck is Star Wars?
Okay, this squad, go fight this other squad, or go take down this tower, or go take over this area. And then you can also manage the squads by initiating their special attacks, like charging if like the leader is a guy on a horse, or maybe shooting arrows, something like that. And there's also buttons where you can speed up the real-time aspect of it so it doesn't feel like a slog. And typically what you're trying to do in every mission is to take over a map or defeat an enemy. And there is sort of a weakness system to the game, so you have to really build and command your squads carefully so they don't get taken out or get assigned to attack the wrong squad and get taken out easily. Now, when you first start the game, you have a really small team. You basically only have like 1 or 2 squads, but as the game goes on, they slowly grow, and that becomes a very addicting part of the game to just recruit all these different characters.
Yeah, I should play this at some point.
Just build out your squads.
Which is what I say about so many games I have.
See how strong they can be and like customize them exactly how you want. And of course, just clearing out the maps, like finding all the different little secrets. And in a way, the game kind of has non-linear storytelling because after the first area, you're given the choice of like which other maps to go to. Now, some are obviously...
I really wish I had the motivation to play games in my free time.
Meant to be taken out first because they're going to be way too...
Or just in general.
Low level, but you do have a little bit of choice initially. And these maps are just huge. There's so much to find and explore.
It feels like a chore to like actually get myself to play a game. I don't know.
Or like I said, hidden treasures, hidden little side quests where you can get new characters.
It didn't used to be this way.
Or just good items and money. I just love the exploration aspect of it. And of course, you have that gorgeous art style from Vanillaware, that signature watercolor style that's perfectly fitting in a game like this. And there are just so many incredible character designs, and there's so many characters. I'm kind of impressed that they managed to make so many and have them look unique. Now, I will admit that the game does get a little easy by the end, but as they say,
that's great.
More about the journey than the destination. And the journey that Unicorn Overlord takes you on is a wild one, well worth taking. And speaking of wild journeys, I guarantee you that you've never experienced a game quite like 13 Sentinels.
I have this too. I've never played it.
It's Aegis Rim. Now, funnily enough, it is the same developer as Unicorn Overlord, but it's very different. It's sort of a unique blend of visual novel storytelling with real-time strategy combat, but much faster. The majority of the game, you'll be in these 2D segments. You'll just be exploring areas, engaging in conversation, trying to kind of figure out what's going on in the game. It's not terribly interactive, but every once in a while to kind of mix things up, you have these strategy battles where you have mechs that are assigned to different areas on this very simplistic map. You give the mechs orders, and you're usually trying to protect a specific area. And like I said, it's much more fast-paced than Unicorn Overlord. I will say it's relatively simple and usually not that hard, but mainly used to mix up the gameplay, which I kind of liked. But the main reason you're going to want to play this game is its deep, intricate narrative with intertwining storylines. As the title of the game implies, there are 13 playable main characters.
All right, there we go. It's not a terrible list, but Pedo Sona definitely shouldn't have been on there. Guys, do not open a card store. Don't fucking do it. Ooh. Why everyone's buying the Walkman again? I'm not buying the Walkman. So everyone is not buying it. Is this now the new hipster shit? Buying a fucking Walkman so I can listen to my cassettes? Do you guys remember that really fancy Walkman that Sony put out? Hold on, let's see. It was like, I think $1,500 or something. It was like something insane. It was super expensive when it came out. Let me see if I can find it. Bruh, Fate X Stello, a Sony Walkman. That's not... Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Is this it? A Final Fantasy 15 Sony Walkman. That's not... Fuck, man. Let me see. It was like a professional grade. Like really, really expensive. Oh, this is it. This is it. This is it. Okay. So it's called the Sony Premium Walkman. The NW. Okay. Let's see. Images. Yeah, this is it. Alright, let's see if it'll open.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? This is Mike at HiFiInsider.com. Today, I have another very premium product to share with you. If you're watching this video, and that's it. So we're going to go ahead and open the box.
This is what you buy when you just have a shit ton of money. You know, if you just have dumb money, you can buy shit like this.
I've already opened it, so this is not a fresh unboxing, but I just want to show you guys what you get.
No, it's like $3 grand, bro.
In the box. There it is, guys. Look at that. It's gorgeous. So let's see what else you get before we bring out the start of the show. You have a charge and sync cable. This is the proprietary Sony Walkman cable.
Of course.
With a USB type.
This is back when Sony made everything fucking proprietary.
A connector on the other end. A wrist strap, just like a camera wrist strap for the Walkman. And you have a carrying case. This is a genuine leather carrying case.
That's a nice case.
It's very nice. Of course, it tells you instructions on how to put it on. It's lined on the inside so it won't scratch your Walkman. And then underneath, I have the US version, US and Canada version. So yours might be different if you have the international version. Warranty and instruction booklet. All right, so here's the star of the show here. This is very, very nice. Feels very nice in the hand. It is a copper chassis, meaning that the entire chassis is made of one solid block of copper. And what Sony did was they put
Look at that shit though.
Gold, real gold, so that the copper won't tarnish when you hold it in your hand. This is a very smart way of doing copper, and it would stay nice like this for the life of the player. So you have solid transport buttons.
I mean, bro, it looks nice as shit. Like, if you're a big music fan and everything like that, and you enjoy, like, listening to FLAC audio and all that type of stuff, like, obviously this is a good purchase. If you're, like, super obsessed, but, like, bro, I would never spend this much on a fucking glorified MP3 player.
And, you know, the play and pause has a little dimple here, so you know you can feel which one is which. So does the volume up button. And so we'll turn this guy on. So you hold it for 8 seconds to turn it on. So while we wait, we're going to talk a little bit about the outputs. This is the new Sony balance output. This is a 4.4 millimeter connector. And then you have a standard 3.5 millimeter. This is unbalanced, then this is balanced. This 4.4 connector uses the Pentagon jack, which is a Japanese design with Sony. And on the side here, you have a hold button so to lock the screen. And then on the back, this is synthetic leather so that it doesn't scratch the surface of your table or wherever you place the Walkman. And on the bottom here is the loop for the wrist strap, the WM port for syncing and charging. So here we have the micro SD card slot. I already have an SD card in there. So the SD card, from my understanding, supports up to 256. And then you have another internal 256 gigabytes of storage. All right, so I have some music already loaded on here. Now this operating system here is not Android. It's Sony's proprietary OS. It's very simple, easy to use. It's fast enough for a player. Also, it's that it does not have Wi-Fi. You can't install apps like Tidal.
I do kind of miss the era of having dedicated devices like this, man. Like, it used to be, I don't know, call me old-fashioned, but it was really cool to have, like, your iPod, your fucking, you know, Nintendo Game Boy, your PSP, you know, a cell phone if you had one. Like, there's just something, you know, kind of special about that. Now it's like, everything's just in one place, dude.
Or Spotify on this player. Everything is being...
Nothing feels special anymore because everything is so accessible. It's just like literally you're just over fucking dopamine, I guess. I don't know. There's not really a way to put it, but convenience killed the experience.
Played locally. So we're going to go ahead and select Adele and select a song. So you can see the artwork pops up instantly. And when you swipe, it tells you that you can bookmark things. You go to the instructions here. And then you swipe up. You can change the sound output. Now the volume here is really cool. So instead of just pressing, you know, the hardware button here all the time, you can tap on the volume level and then you can use the little dial here. The equalizer, if you turn off the direct source, now you have an equalizer. There you go. Here you have the settings, different settings in the Walkman. I'm not going to go through all of this. Check out the manual. It does have NFC and Bluetooth. Now on Bluetooth, it has Sony's proprietary LDAC technology, which is a lossless streaming audio for Bluetooth, which is compatible with Sony headphones. And NFC, which I typically turn off. I turn off the Bluetooth as well. Another thing I want to show you guys is the different audio cables you can get.
Yeah, there you go. MSRP 32 hundo. Jesus, bro.
For the Walkman. So here I have an in-ear headphone cable from Sony, which is a partnership with Kimber Cables. This is for their in-ear monitors. It uses the MMCX connector, and then it has the 4.4 balance connector, balance jack on this other end for the Walkman balance output. Now this cable here, I don't think it's sold here in the US yet, but it is available in Japan right now. Another cable which is available now in the US is the cable for the MDR Z1R. Which is
Dude, this audiophile shit is like a different fucking world. I don't know, man. I don't have like a passion for music or anything, unfortunately, because I don't really like music that much. But dude, the amount of money people will spend on shit just to listen to music in like a slightly better quality is insane to me.
That way, I've checked with the Sony engineer about this, and he recommended not to buy any cables that are wired that way. To be safe, buy the cable from Sony and from Kimber Cable. So the cables that I just talked about, they should sell for $249 in the US.
$249 for fucking audio cables. Holy shit, man. There's no way they cost that much.
So there you have it, guys. This is just a quick unboxing of
the... Dude, that's why. I mean, I guess if you're already spending $3,200, it doesn't really matter at that point. But god damn, man.
The new Sony Signature Series.
And people think gaming's an expensive hobby.
Walkman. I will show you guys the rest of the Signature Series line shortly. Thanks for watching. Follow me on Facebook, Instagram, and...
But yeah, I remember when these got announced. Like, they were really cool looking, but obviously I didn't buy one because I had an iPhone at the time. Yogi Bear with the 5. After this, compare this Walkman to the HIBY. All right, hold on, let me copy that. Let's see. Is it a newer product? R4. I'm just trying to find a short video we can watch.
So welcome back, I'm Sean, and today we're checking out a new DAP from HIBY that just hit all the right points in my list for being an awesome all-rounded player. So let's check it out. So the HIBY R4 today was sent over to me by HIBY for review, but it's not a sponsored post.
How much is this one?
So my review will be based on my honest and unbiased opinion. And if you're new here, please consider subscribing and ring the notification bell so you won't miss any future tech reviews. So the R4 is a cyberpunk-inspired DAP, and I'm going to share with you all the reasons why you're going to love this player. And the R4 comes in at a price of $249 US, or about 1,299 Malaysian ringgit. With all the features that it supports, I think this is a fantastic offering from HIBY. So if you're interested in getting one, please check out my links in the description below. So let's start off with the design, because I think this is a cool looking device that is designed very beautifully with very premium materials, but I can say that this is not a design for everyone. Fortunately, HIBY offers this in several cool colors, and the black one looks at least more like a traditional DAP. So the color that I got here is the orange color model, and I like how it's got a very loud design, not just trying, but you know, really going all out. And if you like the
I wish the design was a little more sleek.
Cyberpunk design, this is definitely up your alley. So at the back of the case is where you're going to see the cool design, and you're going to see the HIBY R4.
I don't like the super rigid, like angular edges, but
branding at the top here, and the design looked very mecha, very industrial. Below that you also get the 04 and the high-res audio badges there, and very nicely placed indicators of the ports. So the entire case here is made of metal, and it's like a huge chunk of metal that gives you the whole device that ultra premium feel to it. At the top of the device is also a handle-like hold that you can hook on the lanyard that comes with the device, and as per HIBY's
dude, that does not look good.
Fashion, you're also going to get a super cool smoke black silicone case.
It looks like, I don't know, like it's almost trying too hard.
You can protect your device from day one itself. So there are 7 buttons in total for this player, and on the left side itself is where you get your
oh my god, now I gotta get it, dude.
Case so you can protect your device from day one itself. So there are 7 buttons in total.
Apple Music, wait, so I guess Apple Music has lossless audio, never mind.
For this player, and on the left side itself is where you get your volume rocker as well as your micro SD card slot, and on the other side this is where you're going to get your power button at the top here, and also your track skipping button, and also the play and pause button, all very nicely laid out. And there is also a last button at the top of the device which defaults to the key lock switch, but you can also remap it to other features. So if you turn this on, all the buttons cannot be pressed. So at the front here you're going to get something pretty...
Dude, I love me some Taylor Swift, bro. There's nothing like a good cry after listening to your favorite Taylor Swift album.
Awesome. The screen here that you're going to get is a 4.7-inch high-res IPS screen with a resolution of 720 by 1280, and the screen is a HD screen and really sharp from day-to-day use, and this is the same screen resolution as my Sony NWA105, but the Sony does come with a smaller screen at 3.6 inches, so it looks sharper because of the pixel density, but the HIBY still looks pretty good. So at the top of the device is also a small RGB bar that changes color to display the bitrate of the audio being played. So the whole device, despite being made of premium materials, in this case some lightweight aluminum because it's not magnetic, and comes in at a weight of 231 grams only. So ports on this device is very basic, and you get the Type-C charging port to charge the device up or to use it to connect to external digital DACs. Similar to the R32, you can also plug this directly into your PC to drag and drop files over to the device here, so you don't need to keep removing the case and removing the SD card, so everything can be connected via this Type-C port. And at the bottom you're also going to get 2 output jacks and 1 single-ended 3.5mm auxiliary jack for all your standard headphones cables, as well as a 4.4mm balanced headphone jack if you want to use some of your supported cables. So the next part you're going to get is the micro SD card slot at the side of the device, and it doesn't come with any flap, and I kind of...
Nah, this is just for people people who are like obsessed with milking every little bit of audio fidelity they can out of their headphones.
Prefer this look as I know that having that rubber flap is going to destroy the look and feel of the device, and since this is not rated as a waterproof device, so it makes sense to not have that. So the R4 comes with a 4500 mAh battery that provides a total playback time of 11 to 12 hours depending on the volume and codec that you play at or which port that you use. So using the 3.5mm port versus the 4.4mm port will give you a different battery life as well, and all of those factors will somewhat affect the battery life, so just take that as a ballpark figure. Similar to the Sony DAP that I have, that one is quite pathetic in my opinion, and although the website says it goes up to 26 hours of battery life, I think that is pretty much on standby mode because playing MP3, that device will probably last me 2 to 3 hours only, so those numbers are really just marketing hype. So just to share some benchmark, in about 1 hour of playback time with FLAC files at around 60% volume using the 3.5mm port, I've managed to drain only 6% battery on the R4, so that's pretty good in my opinion. And the USB port here also supports a maximum of 20 watts fast charging, so the device can charge very fast with a fast charging brick, and you can charge the device up from empty in 2 hours. So you're getting pretty good feature with the DAP. So from a Bluetooth standpoint, you're getting a Bluetooth 5.0 chipset, which is not the latest Bluetooth chipset in the modern device, but you're still getting all the great codecs here from LDAC to Qualcomm's aptX, aptX HD, AAC, SBC, and also Hybe's own UAT or Ultra Audio Transmission codec. There's
no idea what any of that means.
Supported on very specific Hybe earbuds. So powering this is also Qualcomm Snapdragon 665 SoC chipset with 3GB of RAM, 32GB of internal storage, which is convenient if you want to directly load music or videos or pictures into your R4. So the R4 is also running the ESS Saber ES9018C2M DAC chip, and Hybe has placed a quad chip design in this system, ensuring that processing is maintained at the lowest possible noise level, and with the ESS series of DAC chips, you're getting really clean and detailed audio performance. So this R4 also comes built in with a Class A amplifier and also supports MQA16X, DSD256.
Griffin listens to Ed Sheeran. I couldn't name one song from Ed Sheeran.
And PCM at 768kHz or 32 bits. So the player is also rated with an extremely low THD or total harmonic distortion at 0.0007% for this 3.5mm unbalanced port and 0.00005% for the 4.4mm balanced port. So the lower the number, the lower the distortion, and you can check out Hybe's website for all the detailed performance that this DAP can offer. So the R4 is also designed as an Android player, and it's always my favorite type of player, and as much as I love the R3 too, I still really love my Sony DAP despite the really bad battery life because it is still an Android player. With an Android player, it means that I can download all my headphones and earbuds app to further customize them, and I can also download all my favorite streaming apps because let's be honest, as much as I love all my high-res files, I also love exploring and discovering new music. So Apple Music, Spotify, Tidal are all my favorite companion. So you get to do basically everything that a normal Android 12 device can do, but as a DAC, there are also some audio settings that you can do, such as adjust the low-pass anti-aliasing filter here, and there is also 3 to choose from, and you can adjust the line-out option, set the digital gain, which is also conveniently located in the control center when you swipe down from the top of the screen. There is also Hybe's own MSEB settings here, so there's tons of settings that you can play around here and just change the entire sound signature of the device, which is a fantastic feature and you must definitely try it. And there are many things that you can adjust here with this player as well, under the PEQ, the DSD, gain compensation, and many more. So let's talk about the sound signature here, and as usual, I'll be testing this player using my trusty Philips Fidelio X2HR and the One Audio Monitor 80, and as well as some DAC amps that are currently lying around. But you can infinitely add any external DAC amps to your player, and it's going to change the sound signature of the player, but how does this player sound and if you want to use it raw without adding anything to it? So let's check it out. And I've also turned off MSEB to keep everything raw and neutral. So this player, I really love the fact that this is an Android player that gives me a one-stop player to carry all my songs and music and also be able to stream audio off of this. One cons that I have, perhaps not a big deal, is that there isn't any support for SIM cards, so you can't just go anywhere with your mobile network. You either need Wi-Fi or use your phone's hotspot to be streaming audio, but apart from that, great design, great sound, and overall a fantastic offering in the realm of high-end DAP. So that is it for this review. If you find this video helpful, smash the thumbs up button, share this
Somebody shut this anime guy's mouth.
video everywhere. If you haven't yet subscribed, do consider.
There you go. You're certain this guy is 60% gay? Yeah, probably, man. But it's the 40% that counts. You know what I'm saying? Back to the kitchen. No, dude. 1,000% gay? How so? Yeah, I saw this.
Maybe it's not men.
Not this video, but this graphic.
divorce rates. Men and women are 49%, men and men are 29%, and women are 72%. Oh my god. It's only 72%?
Yeah, exactly. Well, the other ones end in homicide because they beat the fucking shit out of each other.
Wow. That's pretty good, guys. I was thinking it'd be like 95. Maybe it's not men. Divorce rates. Men and women are 49%. Men.
Oh my god. Yeah, exactly. It's homicide or death. By unnatural causes, of course. Ooh! Ew! Actually, it's two sub-5s next to each other. Oh my god, ew. Oh my god. Holy fuck. Dude, don't you guys want a gamer girl GF, dude? Oh my god. This is the hot Discord kitten of your dreams. I am not clicking on either one of those fucking videos. Hell no. Hell no. Absolutely fucking not. Dude, she will love you forever and ever, almost as much as she loves her favorite sugary Starbucks drink. Dude, she has spider webs on her consoles because she's so edgy, dude. Oh my god. Oh wow, what a babe. I'm glad she doesn't have an OnlyFans so she can be all for me, dude. Oh my god. Brutally honest game collecting advice. Don't do it. Collect Pokemon cards, not games, obviously. Daryl's on the 2. Did Mandy Lee Plays? Who is that? Call you out back when you have X. I don't know who that is, so maybe not. I have no idea.
I can't afford this shit!
I'm not familiar with Mandy Lee Plays, but just as a general rule of thumb, me and women don't really get along, so maybe so. Why no one is buying 8GB GPUs? I think that's probably a lie. Ten JRPGs that are 10 out of 10 you can't miss.
JRPGs have been...
Let's see. First up.
It takes Atlus's now familiar formula from the
Metaphor? Hell fucking no. What's
historical
next?
sense. It's a game that still holds up mechanically and emotionally today.
Chrono
You could hand it to someone who's
Trigger?
never played a JRPG before, and they probably
Yeah, I mean, I guess, sure. Let's see.
modern JRPG polish. It's the kind of game that takes
Persona. Oh my god. Ew. Final Fantasy VI.
for emotional
Fair
sto-
enough. I haven't played it yet, though. Nier Automata. I don't really know if I'd call it a JRPG, but I guess, sure. What's next?
In this guy's second chapter is what happens when you let a story breathe. This isn't a 10 out of 10 because of flashy set pieces or
Yeah, I need to play these at some point.
bombastic combat. It's a 10 because it's deeply invested in its world and character.
I've heard these are good. Unicorn Overlord. Again, I need to play the Dragon Quest 11, obviously. Final Fantasy 10. Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Really? Final Fantasy 10 out of all of them. Yeah, no. I don't know about that one. Nintendo's not really known for their JRPGs, bro. I mean, they have one JRPG franchise, but that's it. That actually looks kind of cool. I like that. I don't like Adidas, but that's a cool looking shoe. Yeah, Alpha Chad bullshit. Facts, bro. Oh, there it is again. Gross. Someone has to give me a $300 super chat if you want me to say the N-word. Griff, why don't Linus Tech Tips kids look like him? Because he's white and they ain't. Simple as that, man. Why people's genes don't cross well with other races if you're trying to have kids that look like you. There it is again. Yo, does somebody want to buy this for me? Thanks. I appreciate it. See, that looks a lot better. The blacked out one. That one looks clean. Only 300? Yep, that's all it'll take. The N-word will be said on stream. But nah. I wouldn't do that for $300, obviously. It's going to be $304. $3 million? Hell yeah. Dude, if somebody gave me $3 million tax-free to say the fucking N-word on stream, I would do that in a split second. I would not even fucking think twice about that. Are you kidding me? If I had a guarantee that I could get 300 or not 300, $3 million bucks, not 300 million. 3 million, I would say it right now. I don't fucking care. That is a no-brainer. I could literally bank that money and live off of the interest for the rest of my life. Therefore, it wouldn't matter what fucking rage beast, femoid, fucking, you know, white self-hating shit lib came after me trying to ruin my life. I quite literally would not care because I would already have money. If I had to cam up and say it in blackface for $3 million bucks, oh fuck yeah, dude. Dude, like y'all don't realize, like you invest $300 million at 6%. That's $180K in interest every single year for the rest of your life. If you lived off of $80,000 and just kept banking that money in perpetuity, you would be absolutely fucking loaded in 10 years. You would have so much fucking money, you wouldn't even know what to do with it. I mean, obviously, within reason. You can spend, you know, money very quickly, but you get the point. You get the point. I'd gamble it all. Nope. I would not. I would live like a fucking pleb and just keep making content, make as much money as humanly possible, and then dip out. Imagine your kids asking how you got your generational wealth. Oh, I said the N-word and was said. I know. W dad. And who says hate doesn't pay? What race annoys me the most? Self-hating whites. So mainly liberal white women. All of society's woes can be traced back to that particular group. Unfortunately. You know, as much as I love my white women, they are genuinely the downfall of Western civilization. At least their voting habits are. What problems do incels cause, though? Like, by their very nature, incels quite literally don't affect anybody.
I can't afford this shit!
Like, a guy who's not getting any poon and is just playing video games all day or, you know, living with his mom or whatever it might be, he's not directly hurting anybody. So I don't know if I agree with that. Karens, yeah, they definitely do damage. Daryl's Zone of the 2, Melanie Mac knocking on your door. Will you answer it? Hell fucking no. Hell no. That's an easy no. Her fucking voice, I know. They've changed Tomb Raider. These gooners are just jerking their cocks and balls to these women when the Bible says that men should be chaste until their wedding day, even though I got my back blown out by industry executives at E3. Oh my god, bro. Bruh. That's a wild screenshot. I wonder what's happening. Spending $50,000 on video games. Holy shit, dude. That's a lot of money. Griffin sounds like Elder Supreme Kai. I don't even know who the fuck that is. What is that? Since we're on the topic of women, we should see. I guess we could see if Raymond uploaded another video. We'll see if it's interesting. Just do the... Oh, it's short. You guys want to watch it or not? It's only 16 minutes, so it's a short one. Yeah, Alpha Chad bullshit. Such a great quote. Oh my god. Yeah. Alright, we'll watch it real quick. Alright, it's on a good speed.
Okay, so take a second here. You should be doing the bare minimum that you have to get by at this point.
I disagree, but...
Now, I know that's a...
Do not abandon all hope, guys.
Big pronouncement. There's a lot to...
The greatest fuck you to everyone is to succeed when everyone else is trying to pull you down.
Unpack with that statement, but I want to get my thoughts out on this for a second. Just bear with me. It's a little different video today. A little more of a confessional, if you will. I am rapidly coming to the conclusion in my life that no one, absolutely no one gives a shit if you go an extra mile anymore.
Oh, well, yeah, that's true. That's absolutely true.
I mean, obviously not vocationally, obviously not in the job market, obviously not in the dating market, unless you are already perfect. The women want...
Daryl's in with the 2. This is Griffin in 10 years. Try 2.
Nothing to do with you. And the scraps that maybe you will get in the dating market, in the woman market, in the maybe some, not even dates. You don't even get dates. You just get like some mild attention from some women that may be marginally attractive enough that you think, okay, well, this is worth maybe tolerating. No. Instantly. A list of 500 different requirements that you're just going to have to fulfill. Oh, and just make sure, they got to make sure that you know they're not...
That's right. You got to be 6 feet tall, 6 inches long, 6 figures coming in every single year, and not just 100,000, at least 250. And then, you know, your job has to be interesting, not just profitable. What else? You have to be emotionally intelligent and available. What else? You can't have any hobbies other than listening to the problems that are presented to you from your significant other. Griffin, you have $250K right now. I don't. I do not have $250,000.
That type of girl, and they want to make sure that you have a connection with them. It's not just going to be what you actually want, which is quite frankly sex.
Yep.
It's so simple, ladies.
Yep. Be mildly attractive, not fat, and be pleasant to be around and put out, bro. It's just that easy.
Just put out and be nice. In that order.
Griffin's a humble guy. That's right, dude. I'm a humble trillionaire. Oh my god. Have y'all seen that fucking bullshit recently? The fucking clickbait video, the day in the life of a humble trillionaire.
You should be done trying to impress other people at 2025 at this stage in the game. If you're paying for your own roof over your head, if you're paying for the bare minimums of your existence, if you are able to not borrow money from other people in order to get by day to day. Now, I'm not talking about a vehicle that you really want. I'm not talking about a house. Like, a house is a little different. If you're not borrowing, if you're not living on nothing, you actually have some kind of an income, whatever that is. There's no wrong answer on that, by the way. There's no job that will fulfill you. There's no line of work that will be easier than said other line of work. There's no line of work. There's no income stream that is more insulated from the avalanches of existence. There's nothing that's actually secure. Because now that we're in this,
Well, yeah, nothing has ever been secure, though, you know. Back in the day, you could have stepped on a rusty piece of metal and died. So, you know, you could have drank from the wrong pond, got a flesh-eating bacteria, and then ended up dead at age 15. So, yeah, nothing in life is secure. So, you just gotta do the best you can do every single day, guys. Because the only person that's rooting for you or against you in reality is yourself.
Pawns in this global world where we're all just kumbaya, happy, kumbaya, lucky, blah, 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 all just together in this shit world that we have to live in. If this is what it is, and it sure as hell looks like the older I get that this is what it is.
Well, the biggest honestly, at the very least, if you're a vindictive asshole, the biggest fuck you to anybody who's trying to, keep you down or is talking shit about you or thinks you're a loser, the biggest fuck you, at the very least, is doing as good as you can despite all that shit. So, at the end of the day, they're still going to have their miserable little existence. You can at least make yours a little less so.
You can't compete.
Most people think small. You got to think big.
You'll never be the guy that she wants. She'll never be the nymphette that you want. You'll never get the relationship you want. If you have kids and a wife already, you need to do your best to keep them around. If you have children, congratulations. You won the genetic lottery. You reproduced. Us single guys, especially us single guys that are going far into the late 30s and late 40s of just invisibility in modern life. And I mean invisibility. Holy God, I am at best a nuisance in public. But that's the perception that other people make it clear.
A nuisance in public.
Clear that they see me as. At worst.
Bro, it's not that bad. Come on.
They make it clear I'm the worst thing that happened to them that day. The only females I interact with are ones that are forced to interact with me, that work at the grocery store. I go through the checkout line. You still have these fucking red pill guys. You still have these older guys. They haven't dated since 1999. Ask 10 girls out. Ask 50 girls out. You can't get one to look at you, let alone be able to stop them to talk to you. I try. They either make it, they just look right through you and keep walking, or they just turn around and there's no interaction at all. The only women that treat me like I'm human are older and almost always married, and I'm not interested either way. When I'm being honest with myself, it's not possible. There's no reason to try to go slay any dragons when the world doesn't want you around.
It's over.
And the Patreon.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though, is all of a sudden, if you get money, you're going to be wanted. It's like, magic. The second you can provide value to other people, you're the most desired person in the room immediately. You know? It's like, it's just the way it is, unfortunately. You have to have something to offer. And whether that's being like someone who's very attractive, so people naturally want to be around you, whether it's someone that's incredibly knowledgeable, that can can help people whenever they get into an issue or whatever it might be, or if you have a lot of money, because people love to be around people with a lot of money. It's always been that way. So you got to fall into one of those three categories, and people will naturally be drawn to you. And you won't even be doing anything different.
Pithy little, well, you're going to die anyway, so you need to go live some other life or something else. No, I'm doing the best I fucking can to meet the bare minimum requirements of how heinously expensive this world is now. I am trying my damnedest to keep my spending under $600 a month for food. I blew out of that. I'm already over it. Month after month after month, it's $50, it's $70 over, it's $100 over. It's the budget's creeping up to $800 a month just for food. You just barely scraping by is enough. Anybody expecting you to go out and create some magnanimously interesting life, either they always couch it like this. It's you need to go out and be the most compelling person in the room, or just shut up and stop bitching about this shit. No, how about you accept the reality?
Griffin, wait, what? Is Griffin all three? No. Absolutely not. I'm incredibly average looking, at least. I'm not like an expert in any field, and I don't have a shit ton of money yet. So, yet on that last one.
I have a human volitional voice, and I have something to say.
Yeah, I don't know what he's buying for $800 a month. That's expensive, man. I don't even think I spend that much on food. You know, I'll spend like probably $30 a week on chicken. I'll buy like a bag of rice and then like a bunch of bags of green beans, which are like $4 a piece. So probably my weekly trip to the grocery store is like maybe $60 at most. Maybe a little more if I get some fruit. But yeah, I'm rarely ever walking out of the grocery store for more than $100. And I only go like once a week, if even once a week.
Hey, I'm fed up with this bullshit. I'm fed up with being told one thing, and clearly reality is exactly the opposite every fucking time. And every time I even come close to something that I think maybe, hey, that might actually work out. I might get laid for once. Nope, 5 million other requirements. And no, you're not trying to connect with me enough. And you're all this emotional tampon baggage bullshit that you got to put up with. At this point, I understand why
rice eater. That's right.
All these big YouTubers that are guys have no money. They spend it all on ladies of the evening in Nevada. And this fucking shaming of you need to just go live your life anyway because you're gonna die. It's like, bro, I am living my life.
I get that Asian sticky rice. That shit's fire, man. I love sticky rice. Sticky rice is the best type of rice. But yeah, I just put like a scoop. What I do is I buy those like, I guess, portion containers, like the little plastic black like takeout containers they give you at restaurants. I buy big packs of those from Amazon. So I've got like 40 of them. And what I'll do is I'll just cook like a big batch of food. Like tonight I did I think about 5 pounds of chicken, so like 20 thighs or something like that. And I just put them in 2 big like slop troughs in the oven, seasoned it, baked it for an hour and a half, and then I just portioned it out. Like I put a scoop of rice in there, I put some green beans on top of that, and then I put 2 or 3 pieces of chicken in there depending on the size. And then I just box them up, stack them up in the fridge, and then I'm good to go for the week. So, and I'll just eat one of those a day.
Every day is misery. Every day is 15 little compartmentalized little sections of time that I have to figure out what's a priority and what.
I thought you were vegan. Oh yeah, man.
I don't get free time. Everything has to be a compartmentalized little section of something to fit into paying for existence. Inflation has gotten so heinously horrible that you literally have to monetize every single moment that you're alive. Otherwise, you're gonna fall behind. Let alone try to compete on some global stage with some Saudi prince that flies them out to do what and you know where.
Shit in their mouth.
They have the gall to say, well, I'm not that kind of girl. I thought you would just like me for me. No!
I thought you just liked me for me. No! Oh my god.
I thought you would just like me for me. No!
That's wild, man.
Stop it with this. Go live your life because you're going to die anyway. I'm trying the best I fucking can. I think most of the guys in my audience are trying the best that we fucking can. We're dying every day trying to pay bills. When you make the world a globalized economy of scale of the entire planet at 9 billion, 10 billion, however many supposed people that are on the planet. No, you cannot compete. You're lucky if you're just getting through the day.
Yeah, I wish I would have sent it because it was kind of true. It's like literally this thing where it's like, it was like a meme saying like the reason why America won every war is because of our ability to mass industrialize, because of our industrial capacity or something like that. I don't know. And it was like a bunch of the former enemies we fought in like World Wars and the Civil War and the fucking Revolutionary War, just other things. It's like America's success on the battlefield is due to our ability to mass scale our industrial society. And it's like at the bottom, it was like, well, then why did we fucking export it to China? And it's so true, man. Like this globalization shit is a fucking cancer. We literally gave away our biggest advantage, which is true, man. Like, American ingenuity is, you know, a buzzword, but it's true. Like, the U.S. used to be the best at making everything. Like, we used to make the best watches, machinery, engines, textiles, produce, like, everything. Absolutely everything was best from the United States. And we completely fucking sold that shit off to other countries. So we no longer have that advantage. So kind of crazy to think about. Yeah, like the phrase, the Cadillac of blank, because Cadillac was like the gold standard of cars. Not anymore.
Illegitimately, you're lucky if you're just getting through the day. And then the days add up, and that becomes a week, and that becomes a month, and that becomes a year. And before
you're saying Ford is better than Bugatti? It used to be. Ford's unironically used to be the best car on the road.
You know what? You're old. And even less people want anything to do with you. Nothing you do is going to be good enough. So just go live, just go have a job, just go live a life, just go pay your bills.
Also, Henry Ford was unbelievably based.
That should be...
He was a good man.
Enough. And no, we don't get women. We don't get friends. We don't get anybody interested in us or in our lives because we're average men. Average lives of quiet desperation. Well, I don't want to be fucking quiet anymore. And all anybody ever does is bitch about how much I'm whining. The noose of inflation is just tightening and tightening and tightening. You should be happy with an average life. And just paying the bills. And at this point...
I strongly disagree with that. You should not just pay the bills. That is a miserable Gollum exist. Like, you literally are playing into the globalist hand. You know, call them whatever you want. But, you know, that is the globalists or elites' wet dream for you to just become a wage cuck, work, pay your bills, and not have any money left over to invest or do anything with that might ever pose a challenge to them. So stay in your little goy cube, eat your goy slop, watch your Marvel movies, play video games, watch TV and sports ball, and, you know, just literally amass no wealth, own nothing, and be happy. I mean, that's kind of what he's describing. It's like, nah, you should not do that.
Pornography use and just jerking it, just do that. These women have made it so...
You should not just pay your bills and jerk off to porn. That is so depressing.
Possibly expensive, just from a time and attention standpoint, to get anything from them. And they've made it clear that that's the only thing that they want. That's it. That's all they have to offer. Now, you just want one thing. Yes. That's why I'm talking to you. That's the point of this.
You're going to steal all my stuff? No.
I don't know how this
You're gonna have me acting like a Hebe and start melting down gold and wearing it as a chain around my neck constantly so that no one can steal me wealth no matter where I go.
I don't know where this goes. I don't know what.
I'm gonna sell everything I own, buy a bunch of gold, and make a bunch of chains to wear around my neck constantly. So that way when they raid my house, they will find nothing.
Is going to happen next, but holy God, I'm so tired of giving so much.
You know that's where gold chains came from, right?
Of myself and getting not what I want. And then I start saying directly what I want. And then that's met with 3. They're all the same. They never give you what you want. Women, we would like sex. Enthusiastic, nasty, fun, crazy adult.
Enthusiastic, nasty, fun sex. Hell yeah, dude.
Bedroom fun time.
If I don't have to order a new mattress afterwards, then it wasn't good enough for me.
It'd be neat if you, I don't know, liked us too, but that's not even necessary a necessity. I'm going to have to fucking figure out how to get out to Pahrump. That's all it amounts to at this point. I'm so fed up. I'm so tired. The fucking, you sit there and you think, okay, well, maybe this one would maybe turn into, nope, just requirements. Emotional, you're not, what the fuck did she say? Connecting. I don't feel like we've connected yet. I've given you 1 million texts a day, plus phone calls. That's not free. We're not connected. You don't understand me. All you want is sex. Yes! That's the point! Maybe I'm getting to the...
But see, this is the problem with this mentality. All I want is sex. And then the same type of guys will go, oh, women are way too promiscuous, and they just have sex with every guy that gives them attention. It's like, okay, you can't have it both ways. Like, you can't bitch about promiscuity in women and then demand sex immediately from every woman you talk to. So, now granted, if you're talking to a literal hoe, then that's a different story. But if you're just talking to a normal girl and immediately you're like, oh, fuck me, or I'm never talking to you again, it's like, okay, that's a little wild, man. Not every girl is a literal fucking whore. Not every girl is a whore. You could make the case for most, but not all.
The age where it's just like, I don't have time to wade. I don't have mental space to wade through the bullshit. And I don't have mental space, conversely, on the manosphere red pill side to deal with the constant chiding and chastising of just go live your best life anyway, because then you're going to die. Like, I'm trying.
Can we run that? Yeah, I can go back.
That's the point! We're not connected. You don't understand me. All you want is sex. Yes! That's the point! Maybe I'm getting to the age where it's just like, I don't have time to wade. I don't have mental space to wade through the bullshit. And I don't have mental space, conversely, on the manosphere red pill side to deal with the constant chiding and chastising of just go live your best life anyway, because then you're going to die. It's like, I'm trying to live my best life. I'm really trying. I'm like, really trying. And it doesn't seem to be good enough for most people. And it doesn't help that it's 100 fucking degrees outside and it's literally hell. But God. When does it end? When do I get mine? That's what I want to know. When do guys actually get what they want? Oh, wait, never. And they're never going to be happy until we're all just under the ground. I've been on deathbed. I've been on death's bed. I'm not in a hurry to go back. And all of you little wiseacres and your little wise asses in the comments, type and wait. And let's see what little jab we can get into his rib cage today, guys. Come on. Oh, you're...
Fuck.
Fake laugh is so disgusting, you incel bald little redneck little...
What the fuck? Holy shit. Okay. Well, there we go.
And all of you little wiseacres and your little wise asses in the comments, type and wait. And let's see what little jab we can get into his rib cage today, guys. Come on. Oh, your fake laugh is so disgusting, you incel bald little redneck little... So tired of it. Hot little redhead. She ended her life because of haters on the internet. And yet, thousands and millions of men world over get nothing but hate on the internet 24/7. Nobody bats an eye.
Oh, God. Well, yeah, she was also severely autistic, so...
Yeah, this isn't what you expected. But at this point, why the hell am I even trying? At this point, why bother? What's the point? Just make enough money to pay your bills. Don't.
No, do not do that.
Dream anymore. Don't have aspirations.
Don't dream anymore. Don't have oh my God. It really is over.
You're just going to get let down. Any vehicle you want to buy is just going to let you down. The house that you think you want, the location you think you want to live in, it'll just let you down. Any woman will just let you down.
Christ.
You literally are better off just jacking it to porn. I'm serious. That's how cynical and bitter and black-pilled I've become at this point.
Truly over.
That's where I'm at.
Yeah, this is doomer shit, man.
I don't know what the point of me sitting down here and trying to say this was anyway. That's what you get. Just do the bare minimum. Because reality is not giving you back even close.
He's gonna death grip? Yeah. It's a real problem.
What you're giving to it. Not even close. And in fact, in most cases, reality is telling you to just go off yourself. Don't.
Well, yeah, this is what the elites want us to become, because if you think about it, man, you know, what is he doing by, you know, supposedly rebelling against the system and refusing not to work a normal job? Well, he's still generating the exact same amount of taxpayer income than he would if he worked a regular job, if not more, because, you know, he has to pay the entirety of his Social Security. On top of that, YouTube takes a 30% cut from every single super chat and a 50% cut for every single, you know, dollar of ad revenue. So he's still directly enriching a corporation by his labor. And on top of that, he's still generating tax revenue. So at the end of the day, even a so-called rebellious spirit, let's say, who does social media instead of bowing to the 9-to-5 grind, you're contributing just as much to the bottom line of mega corporations, whether you want to admit it or not. So that's just the sad reality. So the way to do it is to use the system to your advantage. Understand the system, acknowledge that it's flawed, but then find a way to make it work for you and leverage it to your own advantage.
Don't do that. I'm not doing that. I still have to be alive. But God, it'd be really nice to get laid.
That's what it ends on. Oh my God.
Like the video, subscribe to the channel, whatever.
It'd be really nice to get... Oh my God, dude. I mean, this is literally like the mentality that he thinks like all of a sudden his entire existence is going to change once he has sex. It's like, bro, it's like a 30-minute at most probably session. It's not going to fundamentally alter your state of being. Like, having sex is not going to all of a sudden flip a switch and your entire life gets turned around. So, I don't know. If anything, it'll almost break him more. Because he's built up in his head, like, oh yeah, I need to have sex, I need to have sex, I need to have sex. The whole point of life is having sex. If I have sex, then I'll feel so much better, blah, 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 blah. If only I could have sex. When he finally has that sex, he's going to come to a very quick realization that, oh shit, you know, nothing else is changing. Which might even make him downward spiral even further. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. Homie never nutted? Yeah, I don't know. 3 minutes and he busts? Who knows, dude? We have a very unique mixture here. We have the fucking audiophile device. We have Raymond. We have Dreamcast Gay with his fucking painted fingernails. Video game collecting. Japanese woman and Daisy. There you go.
proof that video games are actually getting worse. Number one, every game that comes out nowadays is usually 100 gigabytes for some reason. And that's not even including the fact that you have to update the game every time you open it, and that it also has 100 DLCs that you
That's not really proof they're getting worse, though.
could buy. They are literally purging physical media by, number one, removing the disk drives out of
Again, that has nothing to do with the quality of games.
consoles. So number two, the fact that when you put a disc into a gaming console, it actually just downloads the game off the internet. You literally need an internet connection for everything nowadays, even just to play the campaign of certain games. You don't even own your games anymore. And nowadays you have to pay a subscription to just play online. And
You always had to do that.
is it just...
Bro, why is he holding that up to a original Xbox? You had to pay for Xbox Live on the OG Xbox.
subscription to just play online? And is it just me, or do they not care about making amazing campaigns anymore? Like, seriously, I can't be the only person who's not excited for GTA 6. Proof
I'm not.
that video games are actually getting worse.
No, he didn't say gaming. He said video games are getting worse. I said games. Yeah, but he held it up to an original Xbox, which you absolutely did. Don't waste money. Then a massive consume shelf behind him. Yeah, exactly. Let's see.
I've wasted the last 10 years and thousands of pounds worth of money buying games for my game collection that I didn't even like. But now, my collection's worth well over £5,000 and it truly reflects who I am as a gamer. So in this video...
You're broke! That's not even that much for a game collection. £5,000? That's like $6,000.
I'm going to share some brutally honest learned lessons from the past 10
Brutal.
years to save you guys time, money, and regret, and to
I love that Lightning Steelbook from Lightning Returns. That's nice. I have one of those sealed.
build a great game collection that you can truly be proud of. Number one, when I first got into video game collecting on a serious basis, I took myself up to my local retro gaming shop, Vintage Gamer, and I picked up anything that vaguely resembled a video game. I was like a kid in a candy shop, everything looked new and exciting, but I wasted so much money on games that I had zero interest in playing. I picked up some absolute stinkers, games like Big Mother Truckers 2, Truck Me Harder, a great name, but a terrible game. I had no interest in playing that, but like I said, everything looked new and shiny, and I just had to pick it up. Once I narrowed down my focus and focused on genres and consoles that I actually care about, it enabled me to become more connected with my collection as I owned games that I truly wanted to play. I'm a massive fan of JRPGs, survival horror games, and I've got a true passion in collecting for the PlayStation consoles. So why not build a collection around those genres and consoles? It just makes sense, right? Build a collection that speaks to you as a gamer and represents your sensibilities when it comes to gaming, as you'll be way more connected to your collection and have games that you actually want to play. Number two, I used to spend so many hours researching on the next big pickup to add to my collection. I watched so many videos on the top 10 PlayStation 2 games or the hidden gem JRPGs that every JRPG fan has to have in their collection. I spent so many hours being fixated on the next big pickup that it took me away from the main reason I got into becoming a game collector. That was to play video games. The main reason I became a game collector was to experience the games that passed me by and the games I missed during my childhood and when I was younger, when money was tight.
Alright. The reason I collect is to maximize profit. So I don't really collect games. I amass them, I guess is the proper term. Yeah, I'm definitely going to sell my physical games someday. Really, the only physical stuff I have that I like hold on to is like more niche, like Japanese games or limited release titles. That's about it. So like limited run games, I always buy a bunch of those because, you know, they go up in price immediately after they come out because people go, oh shit, I forgot to order it, and then they'll spend like double or triple the price. It's like, pfft, stupid. You could have just bought it during the 2-month pre-order period, but, you know, dumbass. I now hate my video game collection. Oh my god, I hate it. Steve Jobs tried to warn you over what?
Recently I noticed that for whatever reason I can't...
An international click?
...seem to finish listening to a single song. I don't know if this is just me.
What?
But it was upon my rediscovery of this thing that I realized that this might just be something that Steve Jobs was trying to warn us about nearly 20 years ago. Now, if you're between 18 to 30, I'm sure you'll remember exactly what this is. But for those of you that's younger, this is the iPod Shuffle. And its entire function was to shuffle songs you'd uploaded to the device on random. No music libraries, no choosing your favorite song or infinite numbers of playlists. It was literally just press and play. And you're probably thinking, well, what's the significance?
I remember those. They were like $30 too. They were super cheap.
Of some 20-year-old music player that in 2025 has basically zero usability whatsoever. Well, truthfully, it has less to do with the actual product itself, and more so to do with the strange reason as to why Jobs was so adamant on making it to begin with. Back in 2001, Apple announced the release of a groundbreaking new device. Its new functionality that had never been seen before was brought about by one unique feature to the device that made it stand out among all
these things were so fucking cool back in the day.
Other portable players at the time, aka
especially the silver one.
Its screen. Now, as I'm sure we all know, the iPod was a massive hit, with Apple selling over 400 million of them during its lifetime. But this brings about the question that why, 4 years later, in 2005, would Jobs choose to release a borderline shitter version of what made the iPod so great to begin with? The reason is, despite it being nearly 2 decades ago, Jobs saw the signs of an issue that we would eventually all face today. To the average consumer, having the choice of picking whatever song you wanted to hear anytime, anywhere in the world would be an amazing thing, right? Safe to say Jobs was somewhat skeptical about this. But to simply explain, let me first ask you this. When was the last time you found a song you'd never heard before, or one you hadn't heard in a long time, and it made you feel something? I like to bet that you can probably think of a time, but not very often. And perhaps today, to some more than others, that just seems normal. But to anyone that grew up in the age of the iPod, or particularly
I don't listen to music like that, though. Like, I don't listen to the radio, I don't really listen to albums or any of that. I don't know. I'm not, like, a music fan, so.
The iPod Shuffle. I'm sure that feeling is all that you can remember. You plug your headphones in, you press play, and it was serendipity, it was discovery, it was weirdly...
Wait, hold on a sec. How was the iPod Shuffle discovery? You had to buy every single individual song and then manually load it onto the iPod. Like, bro, this is like some Zoomer fucking retard who doesn't even know what the fucking device did. You literally had to go on iTunes on a computer, purchase individual songs, then download them onto the device manually with it plugged into your computer. It didn't automatically sync. It didn't pick random shit to play. You literally had to buy and curate a library of music from iTunes.
Nostalgic. You got those goosebumps all over your body. You got that rush to your head. But for whatever reason, today I just can't seem to replicate that feeling.
Just
that I'd already lined up, and I can't listen to anything other than the 3 playlists that I have on repeat all the time. Now, I'm sure someone out there will be able to relate to this frustration, but I can't help thinking that perhaps in some way Jobs was trying to warn us.
No! What you just described is exactly what the iPod Shuffle does. It plays the same shit over and over and over again. What is he talking about? Get Pandora or some shit. I don't fucking know.
Of this. That is convenient and as exciting as it is to curate whatever you want to hear all the time. That comes at a cost that we never really expected.
That's exactly what this thing does. This is literally a device that curates exactly what you want to hear. The only music that's on this thing is what you manually put on it. Holy shit, this is bad. What is he talking about?
Life can be much broader once you discover one simple fact, and that is everything around you that you call life was made up by people that were no smarter than you.
Things feel dull. Songs feel stale. There's no spike in serotonin when you're listening to the exact same...
Bro, this is why...
...same song you've heard on repeat over and over for the past...
There's no... Bro, I can't... This is idiotic.
It's weak.
This thing does not sync to the fucking cloud and magically pick out random songs for you to listen to. He literally is describing the problem and basically using the problem as the solution. Like, bro, this is crazy.
Now, I'm not attempting to be one of those gurus who says that you should get rid of your phone and carry around this shitty thing or some notebook to help save your attention span, because let's be real, which fucker's doing that? But recently, in light of this whole situation, I began doing something that I felt pretty compelled to share, because for the first time in a very long time, I finally had that feeling again. Not just once, but multiple...
What are these fucking camera shots, bro?
...multiple times. It was a regular thing. And it all came down to one rule. No matter if it's a song I haven't heard in a long time or it's one that I absolutely love, I cannot press.
KSI? Oh my god.
Skip. And look, those of you that watch this channel know that I'm not about giving some shitty tips that you're never actually going to use. But without risk of becoming too nuanced, I think this sums up more than just why songs don't feel the same anymore. You know, when I look back, especially recently...
Why don't songs feel the same anymore? Because every single song is made for a 30-second TikTok clip. You have songs that are no longer 4 to 5 minutes. You have songs that are 1 to 2 minutes. Because the only thing that matters is having that 30-second soundbite that you can clip and put on fucking TikTok so that a bunch of fucking hoes can shake their ass and dance on camera, and you can rack up the streaming views, which then sells your fucking tickets to your next concert. That's all it's about nowadays.
I've always chosen to press skip. No matter if it's an awkward situation or like an uncomfortable truth. I've always found the option to just press skip. And at first that was fine. It was like a cheat code or something. But now everything just feels dull. It doesn't feel good or bad, it just feels static. Numb. And I'm not naive to think that I'm special in any way. That this is obviously a problem that lots of people face. But there's never really an explanation as to why. Which is why I think today more than ever, the shuffle is so significant. And no, I'm not trying to overanalyze or anything here, but to me, the shuffle was a philosophy, curated into existence in a time where it didn't really make sense. It's only now, when every segment of...
What do you mean it didn't make sense? It was a small device you could... Does he even know what the iPod Shuffle was for? It was for people who went running. The iPod Shuffle was just a small little device you could bring with you while you were doing shit. Like if you were biking, if you were running, if you were just going somewhere quickly and you didn't want to have a full-size device in your... It was literally just designed to be an easy, cheap little fucking music player to use. That's it. It's not some deep, insightful commentary on modern existentialism or whatever the fuck. This is so dumb, man. It's literally an activewear device, basically. It's like a precursor to the Apple Watch. Like, they used to sell it, and you would get, like, an armband that came with it. Because it was specifically designed for, like, using it while you were running or biking or working out or something like that.
Of our lives are perfectly adjustable, perfectly customizable to our every single need to make us feel...
They also used to have the waterproof cases for them, too.
...comfortable. That we appreciate how important letting go of control of everything really is. Of just discovering, of just...
Yes, letting go of control by putting every single song you want to hear on a device and nothing else.
Letting things happen. Now look, if you disagree, please let me know in the comments, I'll be right there, but rumour has it a lot of you watching aren't even subscribed, so if you could please do that, that would mean a hell of a lot. But of course, remember to pop a gingy, stop pressing that skip, and you'll be alright.
Oh my god. Nobody called him out on this shit. Dude, he completely missed the point. Bro, what the fuck? Everywhere I look, there it is. Everywhere I look, it appears. If you know, you know. Wowie zowie, dude. The best anime of all time. Makes its appearance on the stream once more. It's Ripples. You know... It touches every aspect of internet culture. What can I say? My favorite? Oh, yeah, dude. Me favorite anime. That's actually weak as fuck, bro. There's a rumor going around that modern music is deliberately slopped so labels make bank on the back catalog of old songs without paying. Well, that's not necessarily true because the biggest money maker in music is live concerts. So maybe, but I mean, that could also be the case, yeah. But I think it's more so the fact that, you know, everything is catered towards social media and selling concert tickets now. Because when you actually sold music, the music was the product. Now, the experience attached to the music is the product. Meaning that, you know, you're more focused on how people interact with it, not on the actual quality of it, if that makes sense. So I think that's more of the case if I had to narrow it down to one specific issue. Yeah, well, George Soros actually bought Taylor Swift's music, and I have a theory that they were using that against her for political fucking purposes to get her to endorse Democrats. But yeah, because she re-released all of her music, she was finally able to buy it back because the back catalog became almost worthless. So, yeah. I mean, good for her, man. You know, fuck George Soros and that entire industry. So, they are not exactly good people in there. Ew, what the fuck? Dude, my headphone stand or whatever I have on my desk, the glue underneath the rubber pad is like melting. And it's like... nasty. The adhesive's all over my fucking hand because I just pushed the thing up. Gross. That's not good. Is the other one doing it? Nope. I have to buy a new one. That's nasty. It has nothing to do with the quality. It's just a metal mounted like desk headphone stand. So like you mount it to the side of your desk and it like hangs off the side and you put your headphones on it. So it's just a piece of metal with a little rubber strap on the top to protect the headphones. But unfortunately the glue they used is cheap. So... If only Brit was here. Why is that? Don't will it into existence. Oh god, we're getting this retro tech shit now. Oh my god. What the fuck happened to... Dude, I wanted this phone so bad. The Motorola Razr back in the day. That was the phone before the iPhone came out. Yeah, back in my day. My friend had one. I was jealous. Why young people love old things? Because there's soul in them. It wasn't just cheap Chinese shit. That's why. Griffin existed for Halo 2? What? Like, was I alive for it? Yeah. I mean, I never owned it back in the day, but I played it a few times. Alright, well, I guess maybe I probably should just go ahead and get off. I don't want to really doom scroll again. So, I'll probably just go ahead and head to the gym. So, hope you all have a great Monday, everybody. Or at least as good of one as you possibly can. And I will talk to everyone later. Peace out, guys.